Okay, Anna or Iwana, you guys should be good to go.
Thank you, Carl. Welcome to the Oregon ITE subcommittee. This is the second portion of our SensorAMA we promised you back in March. Today you're in for a fun afternoon. We've got presenters and speakers from across the country. We'll first start with the agenda for today. The agenda includes before I jump to the agenda, I should thank our sponsors. So let's see. Carl, do you mind clicking?
Yep, 1 second. I'm having moved this window away from the shared application. It is pausing the screen. Let's see. Here we go.
This technical difficulties, but this might be our last session that is just remote. Looking to the future, there might be some in-person meetings with amazing food, and also the webinar option, which I'm sure will add new technical difficulties. Today's workshop will start with our vendor showcase and followed by our micromobility session, our bicycle detection and feedback, which is really, really cool, and the wrong way driving detection, which is really, really, really important and really awesome. So, our vendor session, which is
real quick, we skipped this slide
twice.
Yeah, we don't want to skip this slide. This is our most important slide of the day. Go for it, Iwana.
This webinar would not have been possible without our generous sponsors. So I would like to thank everybody for supporting Oregon ITE and our ITS subcommittee. Without you guys, we wouldn't be able to put on these webinars. And some of our sponsors are actually presenting today, so and showcasing their products. We'll first start off with David. David Shahon is the regional sales manager for CT Northwest, based in Salem, Oregon. CT Northwest supports clients with products from Fleur, Intellite, Lindsay, Smart Micro, and Dirk Southern, and many others. David lives in Graham, Washington with his wife and son and enjoys skiing, hiking, and horseback riding. Followed by Ryan Lowe, who grew up in Hillsboro, Oregon, graduated from Oregon State, go Beefs, in 2005 with a degree in marketing management and a minor in engineering. He was a combat medic for the Oregon Army National Guard from 2009 to 2017. He was hired recently as the regional sales manager for Coral Sales in 2019. Followed by Tim James, who joined ATP in 2004. He's a level 2 IMSA certified, many years with manufacturing, training, and industry experience, which makes him a key partner in both designing and installing Wavetronic sensors and ATP product lines. He enjoys traveling with his family, staying active and sports, and is an accomplished musician with an album released in 2012. And last but not least, Patrick Marnell, who is a senior project manager at Q-Free, specializes in helping people build and deploy advanced traffic signal systems. Prior to joining Q-Free, Patrick worked as a consultant engineer. He's currently the Western District IT Technical Chair and a member of the Oregon Traffic Control Device Committee. Patrick is also a past president of Oregon ITE. He's got a bachelor's and a master's from the Oregon State University. I think I did try to say that really fast to give our presenters as much time as possible in this packed afternoon. So David, you're welcome to take it away.
Thank you very much. I'll turn on my camera here for another minute just to say hi to everybody. Thank you very much for letting me speak today. I'm going to turn that off for the hopes that that my internet's a little better. Love this remote stuff. I have not the best internet. So hopefully somebody can let me know that you guys can see my presentation.
Yes, we can see it.
Excellent. Okay. So here we go. So thank you very much again for letting me share today. I'm David Shahon with CT Northwest. I also have on the call today Farid Semmahi, who if we have time, he can help answer some of the questions that we may get. But please feel free to type things in the chat as well, and we can answer from there. So the manufacturers that I'll be showing today examples from are specifically from FLIR and a company called Dirk, who we're a new partner with. I also added Q-Free as they've partnered with us on some of these projects that we'll be talking about, and Smart Micro, who actually we don't have any examples of, but they're a new manufacturer for us, and they've been showing us some promising examples of bike and pedestrian recognition, as well as applications of wrong way driver and some of the other things. So we'll be looking for some places to test those in the future. As we talk about the products from FLIR, I wanted to highlight all of the additional applications that can be accomplished with the same sensors. These include the standard applications of vehicle presence detection, but also the ability to detect pedestrians and differentiate bikes from vehicles in the same lanes. In addition, these same sensors can be used for automated incident detection, tunnel surveillance, as well as detection of fire in tunnels. In addition to detection, we can collect enhanced data from these systems like travel time, origin destination studies, as well as additional ATSPM reporting. We can even use the data from the sensors in V2X applications. Now, hopefully my videos play here. I'm told they're a little choppy, so we'll see what happens. But as we look at the FLIR sensors that are highlighted in today's presentation, I want to point out the FLIR TrafiSense 2 and the FLIR Trafi 1. Both thermal sensors have similar uses. The main difference is resolution. Therefore, how far can they see? The Trafi 1 is typically used for close-up applications like bike and ped detection for paths, crossings, and such, where the TrafiSense 2 is for all the other applications listed here, like vehicle and bike presence detection and wrong-way driver. In addition, the antenna that you can see in the picture is used to collect travel time data. All the data collected, including counts, can be stored in a cloud-based program accessible to anyone you want to share it with. Here are some video examples of these detection systems in operation. You can see how this bike detection is set up to only detect bikes. In the case the bike triggers a signal, the vehicles do not. On the upper left is a great example of pedestrian crossing using the lower resolution FLIR Trafi 1. One of the more difficult functions for this type of detection is to hold the detection for people that don't move, only move around a little bit. Here you can see the detection holding that call. On the lower left, as you watch the bike go through the zones, you can see the example of directionality, where the zone does not trigger as he is going the opposite way. Very important for these types of crossings, as some technologies cannot determine direction and put in or lengthen a call when someone hits the far side. Here are some advantages of the thermal bike detection over other systems out there. One is that it is passive, so there is no loops or cutting into the ground. It uses the same detection hardware as vehicle detection, so it is as easy as just adding a bike zone and possibly an output to extend the min-green time for bikes. The algorithm that detects bikes uses artificial intelligence to recognize the size, shape, and trajectory of a bike, and then it tracks it as it enters the detection zone. This is how we can differentiate bikes from vehicles in the same lane or lanes. We can also collect data from the sensors such as bike counts. Notice the zone ID, count, and bike speed. Here, even if multiple bikes are in the same zone at the same time, we collect the counts. This video shows a bike skirting the edge of the zone and then entering at the last minute. As they exit, his count is collected with the others. This data can be stored locally on the sensor, or if you have access to the cloud, it can be stored in the Acyclica cloud. There are many features that make the FLIR thermal detection unique when compared to other detection systems. One is that the setup is virtually the same as if we were setting the system up to detect vehicles. We can set directionality, as I mentioned earlier, and we do not use speed as a method to determine bike, but we can use speed to differentiate a bike from, say, a walker or a jogger. Notice in this video that the bikes can be traveling as fast as a vehicle. This detection is used to trigger a narrow bridge sign that says bikes on bridge when flashing. And here is an example of a bidirectional bike track. And so we're counting and collecting data from each direction as these bikes go through. Hopefully these videos are playing okay. I know they're a little choppy, I think. So where would your agency use passive pedestrian detection? Do you need passive detection if there's a button? Are pedestrians okay pushing the button in a post-COVID era? What about construction where the button is inaccessible or inconvenient? Can you use passive detection versus ped recall? What about physically or impaired users? Can passive detection replace a button for a blind person or a person in a wheelchair? As we discuss passive pedestrian detection, I want to show this video from our partner Dirk. Not sure if it's going to play, but hopefully it does. Here we see the AI detection used to highlight intent to cross. This algorithm can be used to trigger an RFB or a pedestrian crossing. But even more, it can be used with an OBU to broadcast a PSM, which is a personal safety message, to a connected vehicle. This system uses an existing PTZ or detection camera, or we can install a camera for this application. They even add this AI on a thermal sensor or video feed. Here's another example of an RFB where we installed the FLIR Trafi-1 to push the button for the user. A report from Florida DOT showed that the pedestrians utilize the push button only 17.3% of the time. Since agencies are installing RFBs and signalized pedestrian crossing, this is a good way to ensure they're used when a pedestrian is present. We also have this in a couple of parts of the country where, for religious reasons, users are not allowed to use any kind of electronic equipment on certain days of the week. Here, the sensors can do the work for them so they can continue to use the crossing safely. I wanted to show another use of this system for occupancy. Here you can see that this sensor is looking at how full the detection zone is based on the number of people. This can be used to give a longer walk time for a larger group, such as a release of an event or similar. The system can be set up with up to 3 outputs, which can then be set up in the traffic controller with different crossing times. Hopefully you can see there the occupancy number on the video changes as the people come and go from the screen. I'm really excited to show you guys this next project. We have been working with the group at Washington County for almost 2 years now on pedestrian detection technologies. After an extensive evaluation, the study performed by Oregon State University, the county is now working on the next stages. This includes a pedestrian call cancel as well as call extension. The idea is if someone pushes the button and then either jaywalks or decides not to cross, then the call will be canceled. This joint project with FLIR, Q-Free, and Polera uses the thermal camera to determine if someone is in the waiting area after a call has been placed. If someone pushes the button and then leaves the call will be canceled. However, if the button is then pushed again within 5 minutes, the call will be placed regardless. This is a fail-safe if someone is standing outside the zone or if there's a problem with the detection. Now this video is not actually going to play. It's a YouTube video, and I'll put the link in the description or in the notes afterwards. But when we play this video, you can actually hear the button talk back. That shown the surprising number of people do not push the button or push and then jaywalk. Another video, and maybe we can play it if there's enough time here, is the second part of this study uses the detection camera to determine if someone is still in the crossing when the countdown timer ends. If this occurs, then the all red will be held for 10 seconds, giving the person more time to complete the crossing. We're excited about the implications of ADA crossing and how this feature benefits handicap users. I wonder if I'm going to try playing here and see if you guys can see this. Hopefully you can see that and hear it.
Nice and easy across there. God, are we at the end of? Thank you.
So hopefully you can see that and hear it. And basically, as that walker moves through very slowly, then the detection or the camera sees that they're still in the zone, and it adds a 10-second extension on that. Moving on here, I wanted to show the slide, this slide on why thermal is different from other imaging technologies. Due to the nature of a thermal image and the advancements of analytics, you do not have to have the standard view looking across an intersection to deploy these sensors. As you can see, the more we can see with the camera's, as you can see, the more we can see with the camera's field of view, the more we can detect. This will enhance pedestrian detection and counting, as well as bike detection and counting in the future. But with a view like this, getting a good separation in vehicles is the key to accurate counts. Whether for adaptive or ATSVMs, accurate data is very important. Changing gears, I wanted to spend just a few minutes on wrong way driver. Here's a couple of videos from a FLIR deployment in Arizona. Currently, there are deployments that I'm aware of in Arizona, Texas, Colorado, Utah. I know there's others as well. So due to the difficulties that we're having with videos playing and sound, I'm not going to play this video. It's also about 4 minutes, so I apologize. But I will put the link in the notes or in the chat section. But this really, it's from 2018. It's was in the news. It really shows what Arizona is doing with wrong way driver, and of course the use of the FLIR thermal sensors and how that's detecting it better than anything else they've tried. And on this project, we had a couple of partners, and all of them that are being used currently in the state. So FLIR's Chameleon VMS software, which is used to change the message signs in the event of a wrong way driver. Q-Free's ramp meter controllers and software, which are used to turn on the ramp meters and stop new traffic from entering the freeway. And FLIR's Flux software, which is used to capture the event. But it also buffers the video so the operator can acknowledge the event and initiate the response to a wrong way driver. This way, the operator is the one that actually views the event and then can highlight it or send the message out to police and such. Or if they self-correct, then they wouldn't do anything. And then finally, PTZs or fixed view cameras are used to monitor and help emergency response. So lastly here, I wanted to show a video with you. This is from our partner, Dirk. As you can see, this is a wrong way event is on a city street versus a highway. I'm not sure if you can prevent a driver such as this motorcycle, but I wanted to highlight the types of events that can be recorded and data that can be captured using their system. We're using a standard detection camera, and from this view, we can detect wrong way, jaywalking, near miss with vulnerable road users, or near miss with vehicle to vehicle, as well as ped and bike counts, vehicle classification, and turning movement counts. So there's more, but I've pretty much ran out of time. So thank you very much. I don't know that we're doing questions. I'll have to revert back to our moderators. Anybody there?
I think we'll do questions at the end, if we can keep our questions to the end.
Excellent.
Ryan, next.
Trying to figure out how to stop sharing my screen. I think you guys have to just steal it back from me. Oh, you already did. Perfect.
All right. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Just wanted to verify really fast. So I'm Ryan Lowe. I'm with Coral Sales. I am the regional manager for Oregon, Idaho, and Montana. And also on the line is Damian Casados. He is the regional sales manager for Washington and Alaska. Coral Sales has been around for a little over 40 years. We just celebrated our 40th year anniversary back in 2019. We are well known for guardrail, but slightly lesser known is that we also have a myriad of ITS products that we specialize in. And I was going to have a video for you to kind of highlight some of the different things that we have, but due to technical difficulties, I will not be sharing that. I would encourage you, though, to go to our website, coralsales.com. It's a great website, very easy to use for you to peruse through and find the different products that we can offer and solutions that we can offer you. So today we're actually going to talk about pedestrian and cyclist passive detection. The company that we, our supplier is AGD. They're out of the UK. They have actually been working on this technology for many years now, and I think they're in their third or fourth iteration of passive detection, and have mastered it quite well. They are a subsidiary of the Traffic Group, which is a small privately owned company that specializes in traffic products. As you can see there, they won some awards, innovation awards, and they're doing quite well for themselves. You can see here they kind of cover 4 different types of intelligent transportation system detection products. So you have traffic and pedestrian control, which is what we're going to talk about today. They also do highways enforcement and tunnel and track. One of the great things about them is that they're a very innovative company. They turn around majority of their money right back into R&D to constantly improve their product. So they have their pedestrian detection suite, which these can be integrated together to create a whole crosswalk system. So the first is your AGD 326, which uses radar technology and is meant for on-crossing detection, meaning that it detects someone crossing the crosswalk and can adjust the call time based on how slow or how quickly they move in and out of that zone. And then you have your AGD 641 and 645. These are both stereo optical detectors. If you've never heard that term before, I don't mean to talk down to anyone. I'm sure you guys all are very know all this stuff, but just in case, stereo optical is basically the same thing as human vision. If you have one camera, you can only see in 2D. With dual cameras or stereo optical, it allows you to see in 3 dimensions, so you can tell how far away something is, how large it is, and how far off the ground it is. Which is how AGD uses that technology to determine when someone is in the waiting zone. So the 641 is for your standard size waiting zone, and then you have a 645, which is called a super crossing detector. And so that's for your very, very large crossings that you might have outside stadiums, in large downtown areas where you have 30, 40 plus people gathering to cross a very large crosswalk. The next video I'm actually going to try and talk through this since we can't have any audio. So here are the 3 products that we just discussed. This is what the stereo optical sees, and then this is what your radar sees as they're going across a crosswalk. Here they're just talking about AGD as a company, how long they've been around, and the products that they produce. They have very nice warranties and things on these. So this would be kind of what you see as a super crossing, very large, also has 3 different weight zones. And so by integrating the 326 radar, which is what you're looking at there, so you can see it tracks people as they go across. And then as soon as they leave that zone, then it knows that there's no more movement and it can cancel the call, or however you have it set up. So with a super crossing, you typically want to have 4 like this so that it will cover all the areas. Kind of see how they cross over each other. And then you can incorporate that with a 641. So this is showing them detecting in a waiting zone using a stereo optical. So as someone moves into that zone, it detects them and makes the call rather than having to push a button. And right here, they're talking about the 645, which also has volumetric data. So it tells you how many people are in there for your super crossings. So it's good information to have down the road. And then here you can also see if someone pushes a button or walks into the zone, it detects them. And if they turn around and leave, it will cancel the call. So it'll save you on your green time for efficient traffic use. So they have designed this for international deployments. They're in quite a few countries and are just now basically trying to get into the United States with these pedestrian detection suite. Like I said, it has been deployed very successfully all over Europe and has won multiple awards. And this is another key feature, is that touchscreen system back there that you just saw. I'm gonna go back to that here for a second. Kind of pause it. So with this touchscreen system, you can actually draw your zone. So if you have anything like right here in the center is a pole. So you're drawing the zone around that, so it doesn't detect that as a person or any kind of device that's in there. This will also detect people up to or under moving at 1 mile an hour or under, or over. As they move through this zone, it will detect them. And it also is able to distinguish between very small objects. I think anything under 3 feet it won't detect, so it won't detect animals and things like that. So this is all just on your iPad, and you can actually see the camera system working, watch people walk through it, watch it activate, deactivate. Makes it for a super simple installation process and just getting it going. And or finding any hiccups in the system if you have something that might be triggering it that's not supposed to, and then you can go back and redraw your zone to get it out of there. So why AGD detectors? So you can save on your infrastructure costs. We talked about the volumetric data for the 645 only. We'll detect that large amount of people crossing through the zones. The AGD touch allows for very easy setup, and you can create your sensor zones for any size crosswalk, whether they be super large or very small, depending, and then whether or not you're using the 641 and the 645. Yeah. So what's great about this system is the integration of those 2 types of technology and the way that they have done it seamlessly and have basically mastered it over the years, to where it's no longer in testing mode. It is in full go mode, ready to purchase right now. With that, let's go. I don't know why it wouldn't pop up in my last slide there. But again, here is Damian and I's contact information. So please give us a call or shoot us an email if you'd like to know more information. I just posted that video with sound. If you're actually curious to go back and listen to all the things they have to say that I was not able to fit in. They definitely talk about sizing, so what the limits are on how large the zones can be and all that kind of stuff. So I highly encourage you to click on that and go watch that video on your own, and get back to us if you have any questions. We really appreciate the opportunity to present here today, and we appreciate the opportunity to sponsor ITE. And we thank you for your time, and enjoy the rest of the session today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you. That was lovely. I think, Tim, you're next.
Okay. All right. I'm Tim Janes. I'm with Advanced Traffic Products. And hopefully you can see my screen. And Advanced Traffic Products is the exclusive Wavetronics vendor in Oregon. Now, my territory is Oregon, Idaho, Montana, and Hawaii. And one thing I wanted to be sure that everybody knew is that we offer intersection design assistance and advice for engineers and consultants at no additional charge. So when you're using Wavetronics at an intersection, we've got your back to help you make sure that you're putting sensors in the right place. And I'm going to talk primarily about Wavetronics, but I wanted to quickly let you know that Polera, the audible pedestrian system button people, have a new button called the iDetect, if you haven't already heard about it. And it uses radar. So instead of having to actually physically push the button, when you walk up to it, you can wave your hand in front of it and it will actuate that call to the controller. It's been really popular, and if you need to see an intersection in action, I just set one up last week on 3rd and Main in downtown Hillsboro. So you can swing by, wave your hand in front of the button and make it work. But also, I'm going to say this with a wink, you can get in touch with me about bicycle detection with Polera. That's something that they're working on. It's not available yet, but something to keep in mind. So somehow my presentation jumped. Oh, my bad, sorry. I just wanted to show really quickly that assessment that I was talking about for engineers and consultants for where to place sensors. I was just recently in Hawaii and we were assessing where to place some sensors on a sign bridge gantry. So we actually went out and physically helped them because they weren't sure where to place things. And it was such a torture to go to Hawaii, let me tell you. Wavetronics is a large company now, started over 15 years ago. And you'll see the grayer dots there are on Provo, Utah in the United States, and that's where their headquarters are. There's also an office in Orlando, Florida, another one in Britain, and another one over in China. And all the gold dots there show all the different places where we have deployments. So we're pretty much global that way as far as where our radar are being used. I wanted to talk about intersection situational awareness for engineering. Situational awareness can be defined simply as knowing what's going on around us, or more technically, the perception of elements in the environment within a volume of time and space, the comprehension of their meaning, and the projection of their status in the near future. And with our systems, you can have that situational awareness if you use a triangle of sensors. First, you need a mid-block sensor. So that would be a side-fire sensor. So with that, you can get per lane data, you can get speed, size, and occupancy of the vehicles. Wrong way detection is available with that. And it's got automatic configuration, so you don't have to spend a long time trying to decide what's what. The same thing holds true of advanced, which is the next part of the triangle. This can track range, speed, and estimated time of arrival to avoid dilemma zone confusion and problems. Once again, wrong way detection is available with that. And SPM speed data can be retrieved from that. Once again, it's got automatic configuration, so you don't have to spend all day trying to tell it what it's looking for. And then finally, stop bar detection. Our matrix detector detects moving and stopped vehicles, collects SPM count data, and has automatic configuration once again. For the SPM, not so automatic, but we're there to help. And then SDLC inputs allow for 64 channels of detection at the intersection in a 2070 ATC controller environment. And in Oregon, a lot of that is going Q-free, but there's still a lot of different controllers out there. So let's talk about the side fire that I mentioned. That's currently an HD is a great option for that. HD stands for high definition. It's field tested and proven. The way it works is that as vehicles pass through the dual beams that we've got, it works like a dual loop. And you'll notice where the beams cross on the far left side, that's the sweet spot, and that's patented from Wavetronics. So you get primary excellent data from there. To show the difference between a standard low resolution and high resolution, I've got a real quick video. Whoops, if I can push the right button. There we go. And you can see the difference between a 45 megahertz low resolution image and a 245 megahertz high resolution image. So with older radar systems, it was really difficult to determine which lane the vehicle was in. And if a vehicle was changing a lane during when it's going through the beam, you'd have a really tough time. So with our 245 megahertz of resolution, we get really excellent detection. The way that looks on a readout is like this. As the vehicles go through the beam, we see what speed they're going. Now, notice this is done in kilometers and not in miles per hour, so subtract about 45% to get their actual speed. And I was, as I was putting this together, I was thinking, man, it would be nice to get some rain around here after all the heat we had yesterday. But that's how our readout looks. And when you get that, you can get that feed directly into your controller so that you know which lane the vehicle is in and what speed it's going as it passes through the beam. You also get reporting such as this, which can tell you the speed, occupancy, all the good data that you want. It's all collected there at the intersection. Now the HD is one good way to get that data, but once again, I'm winking. There might be another type of sensor in the works. So, you know, afterwards you can contact me if you're interested in finding out more about that. So the next leg of the triangle is stop bar detection, and that's the Wavetronics Matrix. It's a corner radar. It uses 16 beams of radar to reliably detect cars, motorcycles, scooters, and bicycles. And it scans the zone at over 3,200 times per second, so faster than your eye can blink. It's sending and receiving data. So just a few advantages of radar is it's more mobile than a loop. And with a 140-foot range, there's no overspill. So imagine it being like a ginormous loop that you don't have any issues with. And you get the most accurate SPM data. And once again, bicycle detection is included with that. I think I'm onto my video. I'm going to crank the volume and hopefully you guys can hear this.
Because most traffic light systems can't detect bicycles, riders can wait at the stop bar for an indeterminate amount of time for the light to change. They can leave the roadway to press the pedestrian signal actuator and cross the crosswalk, or they can wait for a break in traffic and make the dangerous decision to cross against the red light. This intersection is different. It's a typical arterial with a 6-lane main line and a 4-lane cross street that connects one residential neighborhood to another. But this intersection gives bicyclists a choice that is both safe and efficient. Here, bicycles are detected just like larger vehicles. This intersection isn't controlled by loops, video cameras, or by signal timing. It's controlled by radar, the Smart Sensor Matrix High Definition Radar from Wavetronics. Matrix is the first of its kind radar designed specifically for use at the intersection stop bar. The sensor generates 16 separate radar beams to cover a 90-degree field of view that detects and tracks both moving and stopped vehicles at each approach. Best of all, the sensor detects both vehicles and bicycles. For cyclists, it couldn't be simpler. This bike decal painted on the road represents one of Matrix's programmed zones. When a cyclist stops on the decal, the sensor detects them like it would any vehicle. If traffic on the cross street is light, the cyclist is given the green light. The decal is painted close enough to the intersection to fall within the sensor's detection area, but far enough away from the curb to keep the cyclist safe from vehicles turning right at the intersection. Wavetronics is the worldwide leader in radar traffic detection. For a demonstration of Smart Sensor Matrix, contact your local authorized Wavetronics dealer or visit wavetronics.com for more information.
Well, hopefully you could hear that. Let's go on to the next one. This is the Wavetronics Advanced Detector, and this photo was actually taken just off I-205 in Portland. I took it myself. And you'll notice a different look of the sensor. It's got the knurls on the face. The Advanced Detector, I gotta move something on my screen here so I can see. The Advanced Detector has flexible placement with a 50-foot maximum offset from the traffic to the side. And depending on which sensor you choose, it can see as far as 600 or 900 feet. It can detect wrong-way traffic if it's programmed correctly. And it's much safer than point detection, anywhere from 30 to 100% more safety involved with it. And now I'm stuck. Just a second. There we go. So it's not point detection. It's continuously tracking vehicles as they approach, and it tracks them by their range, speed, and ETA. The software includes a readout of your vehicle discovery range so we can see how far away it's tracking the vehicles from. It's proven to be more safe and can be set to detect traffic moving in the wrong way, as I've already said. And that's really what I wanted to go over. It's the three-legged stool of Wavetronics. Hello?
Thank you, Tim. That's great. The questions we'll save them for the end. Now our last presenter for today at our vendors is Patrick Marnell. Take it away, Patrick.
All righty, can you all let me know if you can see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Perfect. Well, thank you all for being here today. SensorAMA is a great event, and I'm Pat Marnell. I'm a senior project manager with Q-Free. You may still think of me as Pat with Entolite, but we joined the Q-Free family about a year ago, so we're going by that name now. I'm located just down in Hubbard, Oregon. And in addition to all the stuff I do with Q-Free, I'm also a past president of Oregon ITE and the Western District's technical chair. So Q-Free, just at a glance, we were founded in 1984. Our headquarters for ATMS is down in Carlsbad, California. And worldwide, we've got more than 400 employees. We've got over 95 max-use central traffic management systems installed, 10 freeway management systems. That's something that was added to our portfolio when we joined the Q-Free family, and that's been really exciting to learn more about what those folks do. We're looking forward to some better integrations between the signals and the freeway management systems in the relatively near future. And then we've also got over 30,000 ATC traffic controllers that are deployed at intersections across America and honestly across Oregon. We've got a lot of signals out with the various cities, counties, and the state DOT. So what I want to do today is actually talk to you about a specific project. It's an adaptive deployment that we did in Snohomish County, Washington. Snohomish County is the northernmost county in the Seattle metro area. It's got a population of about 800,000. So it's pretty big, but it's got more of that suburban characteristic that you might expect of Washington County or Clackamas County. Looking at our project in particular, we deployed 49 intersections with max time adaptive. You can see these colorful little push pins. Those are the 49 different intersections. And we broke that up into 6 subnetworks. So the adaptive functions as 6 individual adaptive corridors. One of the challenging parts of this project, and I'll get to that a little bit more later, was that we were working over 2 IT networks. So about half these signals are on WSDOT's IT network, and the other half are on Snohomish County's IT network. Also, this project was funded, as many adaptive projects are, with federal dollars through an STP grant. Looking at some of the high points for this deployment, we had 5 different jurisdictions. So we've got Snohomish County owning 9 intersections, and then Snohomish County maintains an additional 9 intersections for City of Bothell, and 1 for Mill Creek. City of Everett owns and maintains 6 intersections, although they are on the county's IT network. And then WSDOT owns and maintains the remaining networks. If we think about our major generators, we've got the Boeing manufacturing plant in Payne Field Airport. That's actually, if you go back on this slide, up here at the very north end, that's Boeing's facility, and just south of that, that's Payne Field Airport. So we get some really interesting traffic patterns from those facilities, unusual peak hours, and then some really high demand during shift changes. In addition to that, we've got 2 different park and ride facilities along these corridors, 4 schools, and then just a whole bunch of business and retail centers across the different corridors. If we're thinking about the roadways that actually facilitate all those travel and drivers, we're looking at a lot of highway traffic. So we've got 4 highway to highway junctions on the corridor, an additional 2 freeway interchanges. We also have the busiest intersection in Snohomish County, and to make things even more interesting, that intersection is split phase. So there's not a lot of time to go around at that intersection. And then another focus of the project was transit. One of the main goals here was to facilitate transit, reduce transit delays, including a BRT route that they've got out there on the corridor. So I may have tipped my hand here. Why did Snohomish County go adaptive? Well, Seattle, and this is pre-COVID, but Seattle has had some of the absolute worst commute times in the nation. So that's one driver, but it's actually not the main driver. The project's goals were more focused on improving transit reliability, reducing emissions, supporting those regional industrial centers, and then reducing congestion too. On this project, we got to use a lot of different hardware. So those 5 different jurisdictions all took different approaches to running max time on their controllers. We had some people running the NEMA controllers. We had some people running 2070 controllers, and other folks were doing a 2070 retrofit and just upgrading their 1C controller, 1C CPU module in the existing 2070 controllers. The software we got to use on this project was MaxTime. That's our local traffic signal controller software, which I think a lot of the folks in Oregon should be familiar with, at least if they deal with traffic signals. Then we used our adaptive software. That's also a locally distributed software, which I'll touch on here in a little bit. And then we connected these signals up to MaxView, which is our central signal system software. Although in the near future, you'll see that be replaced with the new shiny kinetic signals. So I'll talk just a little bit about the MaxTime adaptive software here. I don't want to go into detail on all the different softwares, so we can respect our time slot. But MaxTime adaptive is a locally distributed software. And what that means is the software is installed in the field on the same processor that's running the regular MaxTime intersection control software. So we don't need communications to a central system. We just need the intersections to talk to each other. The detection requirements for MaxTime adaptive are based around the configurations that are used in ATSPMs. And then there's some geometry that gets programmed into these intersections that does occur in a central software, but that's just needed as you set up the system. It's not actually needed as you're running the system live. So the adaptive software is based on different algorithms. There's three primary algorithms. There's an algorithm that's looking at your cycle lengths. And a lot of times when you get these adaptive systems, it's kind of a big black box. You know, you hook your sensors up to it, and you trust that your adaptive signal vendor is smart and they're doing good things. But our philosophy is to get away as much as possible from that big black box and hopefully give you a smaller gray box. So we do like you to know what's going on in the algorithms of that adaptive software. So that cycle length is really based on those Webster cycles that you may remember from your college days. Our offset optimizations, there's two different algorithms that are used there. There's one that's based on geometrics. So that's, your time-space diagram. The other is based on something called link pivot, and that's what we primarily rely on. That's an algorithm that's based on ATSPMs. The research from that comes out of Purdue University, and I can point you to some research papers if you've got any questions there. And then our split optimization is really based on detector occupancy at the intersections, and there's configuration that can go along with all of these to help you really get your operations tuned in where you want them to be. I think I've already covered this slide. Really, we're just showing that MaxTime adaptive is talking to MaxTime adaptive. There's no need for that central connection. Within the actual cabinet, as I mentioned before, you've got MaxTime adaptive and MaxTime intersection control installed on the same ATC processor. So we're getting those detection inputs coming into MaxTime. It's tossing the football over to MaxTime adaptive. MaxTime adaptive uses those algorithms, comes up with adaptive cycle splits and offsets, and tosses that ball back to MaxTime, which actually implements those and outputs to the traffic signals. I mentioned before the detection requirements for adaptive are based on ATSPMs. In particular, we're looking for stop bar detection that's lane by lane all the way around your intersection, and then advanced detection on the coordinated main lines. Bringing it back to the Snohomish County project, some of the challenges we had to overcome on this project were first that large stakeholder group. We relied on frequent coordination, and actually we reserved an extra long bi-weekly check-in. We did a 2-hour bi-weekly check-in on this project under the philosophy that if we only used an hour, we could cancel it and move on. You know, I've already talked about the multiple IT networks. The way to get that solved is really just making sure that those people get in the same room on the same phone call and talk through the solutions early in the project, and make sure that you get a plan and execute the plan. COVID-19 obviously threw a few wrenches in our plans, but we adapted around that and essentially extended our schedule on this one. We had planned to do a before and after study shortly after implementation, but as you might expect, that before and after study is now planned for fall of this year. And I'll just end on a humorous note. I was out doing observations, and one of the challenges we had was concerned citizens. So I was staring at traffic on the interstate, and someone thought that this man in this bright yellow vest, drinking what they thought was a bottle of whiskey, but turned out to be iced tea, was going to jump off the overpass. And well, they got the police to come out and do a welfare check on me. But we all dealt with that with a good sense of humor and got the project closed out and deployed. Just a few of our adaptive deployments there up on the screen if you're interested. And with that, I'll thank you all for your time here.
Thanks, Pat. So for the interest of time, so I don't see any questions from the audience right now. So just to keep things moving on schedule, I think we're going to jump straight into our micromobility session. So our micromobility session is going to be moderated by Adrian Pearmine. Adrian is the National Director for Smart Cities and Connected Vehicles for DKS Associates based out of the Portland, Oregon office. He holds a bachelor's degree in civil engineering with a focus on transportation from the University of Washington. For over 26 years, he has specialized in the planning, design, and implementation of intelligent transportation systems, ITS, and telecommunication networks. For the last several years, he has been leading DKS's practice in emerging transportation technology, including autonomous, connected, electric, and shared mobility. And just as a quick reminder to our audience, we are planning to take questions for each of these panels, and you can always drop a question into the question pane over on the on your GoToWebinar panel, and we'll be moderating those. We're also planning on a quick break in between the 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. session. And with that, I will turn it over to Adrian.
Great, thanks, Anna. Can I get my panelists to turn their cameras on? Oops, not ready to show that just yet. We have, is Jonathan on yet? I'm only seeing a couple so far, Dmitry and Lewis. Can't tell if that's just my layout or.
No, it doesn't look like Jonathan's logged in just yet.
Okay, hopefully we'll be able to get him soon. I was gonna go ahead and introduce my panelists and then have them drop off for a minute, walk through some slides that I want to do just to kind of cue up some of the discussion and hopefully stimulate some questions for the panelists when they're kind of going through some of their presentations, and also kind of get us all thinking about Q&A side of things. So I'm going to introduce us in the order of how I was planning on presenting, with Lewis first, and then Dmitry, and then hopefully by the time I get to Jonathan, we'll have him in the panel. I wonder. Oh, okay. So Lewis Pappas is the co-founder and principal at Electric Avenue, a Brooklyn-based strategy firm that's focused on accelerating the uptake of 2- and 3-wheeled light electric vehicles. The firm supports public and private sector, as well as non-governmental organizations, as long as those organizations are committed to decarbonizing the urban environment, which is his mission and their team's mission. The firm has a specialty in helping startups roll out products that inspire citizens and our policymakers. Prior to starting Electric Avenue, Lewis served for 5 years under the Obama administration. And again, prior to starting the company, he led policy and public-private partnerships at Bird, Via, and Uber. So look very much forward to a short presentation from you, I think, today, Lewis, and really kind of get you engaged in the Q&A as quickly as we can. Our next presenter will be Dmitry Shevelenko, co-founder of Tortoise. This company, and I'm not going to give away too much because I'm looking forward to Dmitry's videos that are going to tell a much more compelling story than I will with the way I describe it. But we'll just leave it at focusing on remote controlled sidewalk logistics and delivery services, and let Dmitry explain what that means and show us some cool stuff. Prior to Tortoise, he oversaw new mobility partnerships and strategy at Uber, including Uber's first deals with Jump, Get Around, and Masabi, which is a mobile ticketing app company that focuses on the public transportation world. So he covers multiple modes, really understands the micromobility space, and he's also an advisor to several emerging mobility and micromobility and urban delivery companies. So quite a specialist in a lot of the things that we'll be talking about today. Jonathan Hopkins, who we certainly hope will be joining us shortly. Oh, there he is. Look at you, just in time delivery, huh?
Perfect timing.
Jonathan currently leads, and I'm going to do currently and let you explain why I'm saying that before you start your presentation in a few minutes, Jonathan. But Lime's government affairs work across Canada and Northwest US. Through this role with Lime, Jonathan works with cities, DOTs, transit agencies to bring shared mobility options to residents and to visitors. He's helped Lime launch, played an instrumental role in helping Lime launch in Portland, Seattle, Spokane, as well as many major Canadian markets and like Ottawa and a dozen other cities. In his spare time, he's been the executive director of Seattle Subway. It's a group that successfully pushed to double regional investment in rail in the Seattle regional area, from more than double, really, from 20 billion to over 54 billion over the next 25 years. So big proponent of moving people efficiently into and out of the city, and gets, well, should get a fair amount of credit for Seattle being one of the most successful cities in encouraging urban transportation, increasing a lot of jobs in Seattle without increasing a lot of single car driving into Seattle. So I'm going to go ahead and start a presentation here, let my panelists drop off and come back to the one at a time when I reintroduce them to give their brief presentations. I want to start some quick presentation that I started a while ago. Let's make sure I can do this correctly. Find that button there. So I started a version of this presentation. Actually, one of my colleagues, Mike Houston from our Seattle office, started a version of this a few years ago, and I've kind of taken it and modified it quite drastically. We sort of jokingly talk about micromobility. Is this a new mode, or is this a menace on our roadways? And my colleague here, Richard Hutchinson, on the right-hand side, always gives me well, I guess I give him a hard time when I came up with this image of when we even started talking about scooters a few years ago, what first came to mind. Let's see if I can get this to advance. So why are we talking about scooters? Why are we talking about micromobility? Again, a couple years ago when I started this, we would think about how disruptive and how quickly disruptive companies like Uber were into the not micromobility, but their mobility space. But then you think about the way that these scooter companies came around and how quickly they reached milestones, both in terms of valuation as a company and in terms of number of trips taken. This happened really overnight when you see what started out as relatively slow growth of micromobility starting back in 2010, and then the tremendous growth when dockless bike shares started to come around, and particularly when scooters hit the streets. And then between 2018 and 2019, that number continued to jump drastically. We had a bit of a slump, of course, early on with the pandemic, and folks can talk a little bit more in their presentations or Q&A about how that hit and how things are bouncing back. One of my favorite diagrams is always this hype curve, and Gartner, who puts this out every year, is kind of identifying that micromobility, mobility as a service, is sliding down from the peak of inflated expectations into the trough of disillusionment phase of their hype curve. But eventually, like so many other emergent technologies, is going to rise out of this and just become part of our mobility platform. So as traffic engineers, which most of the people that are joining us today as viewers are coming from this world as traffic engineers working for or with our cities and our DOTs, when we think about these new modes of mobility, we're looking at a certain quick list of checkoff boxes and trying to decide, are we trying to promote and help our cities deploy these new technologies? Is it environmentally friendly? Is it an equitable form of transportation? What kind of footprint is it taking up on our roadways to move people? And is it safe? It's an oversimplification, but these are kind of 4 quick boxes. And so we'll take a look at the first question around environmentally friendly. Scooters and micromobility give a huge percentage of short trips, really the first and last mile solution that we've been looking for in the public transportation world in particular. On the environmental side, they're not guzzling too much gas. These are electric light mobility devices. So we would start off by giving it the green check on environmentally friendly, but then some news as we started to look deeper into these, maybe they aren't as eco-friendly as they seem. The collecting and the charging and the moving of them, maybe not as environmentally friendly as the scooters themselves. How long are they going to last, and the batteries and other parts. And so I'm setting this up a little bit for our panelists to talk a little bit about how things have changed from some of those first scooter options into where the industry is going right now. And then there's this other question at the bottom of the screen here. What if our electric scooters eco-friendly? I guess it depends on what kinds of trips they're replacing. So the good news on that question is that the vast majority of the trips that they're replacing are the personal car or ride-hail vehicle. So we are getting people out of cars with scooters, but they're also replacing trips that are environmentally friendly, like walking in transit, or maybe even people taking trips that wouldn't have otherwise. So the jury's maybe a little bit out just in terms of the kinds of trips that are being replaced. So we'll let our panelists talk a little bit more about whether they still get the green check or whether we have a question mark in the environmentally friendly category. So next we'll talk about equitable transportation. Scooters, these, my numbers here are a little bit outdated. Jonathan might be wincing thinking about where things have gone right now, but they're really an affordable mobility option to get around town. And more importantly, people in our low income groups really support scooters. They really do find them to be an equitable form of transportation, especially an ability to connect them into public transportation. And the scooter companies themselves have been offering additional benefits and discounted rides and other kinds of programs to make them more equitable. So I'm going to give them the green check in this one for sure. What kind of footprint do these take up? We've all seen some, well, I should say we all, many of us have seen some version of this image before of what is the footprint of vehicles on our roadway moving 60 people from the single occupant vehicle world to the bus world, bikes and pedestrians. And so we could imagine that the scooter world kind of falls right in between the two camps here. So really from our roadway and our parking right away, the scooters are quite much smaller footprint on our roadway, therefore allowing a lot more parking and a lot more people movement along the corridor than the car. So we'll give them a green check on small footprint. So we'll talk about safety, because this has been sort of a big buzz issue ever since scooters started hitting our streets. The companies themselves have been trying to build this in, not just to the vehicles, and again, I'm going to look for our panelists to talk about where that's gone in the last little while, but also in the apps themselves, trying to tell users where to go and how to use this safely in your city and what safe riding looks like and what the local rules are. But we've seen a lot of headlines over the years about all of these accidents. And so there's been a lot of safety concerns about scooters. I came across this particular image. It's kind of one of my favorites in this article called The 5 Promises of Micromobility. And it's a non-scientific comparison of safety when this kind of vehicle along the top runs into this kind of vehicle along the side. What are the results? So when we have a bad car-on-car accident, it's pretty bad results. Same with car running into bike, scooters, or pedestrians. Now you get all the way down on the other end of this non-scientific comparison where pedestrians bump into each other, or even a pedestrian bumping into a scooter or something like that. The results are not great, and they can hurt, but they're not in this category. And then this whole chart is not even showing us the other kinds of vehicles that are trying to share the roadway and how challenging that can be and where that would fit into a chart like this. So the first blush of looking at scooters and micromobility in general gave them a bit of the red X. But what's the common thread when you look over this chart? It's the car that is really the safety issue in this. And so why had we spent so much time blaming the vehicle type when that's not the vehicle type that is the common thread in the safety issue here? So it's us thinking a little bit more about what we need to be doing as traffic engineers possibly. If everyone were following good, safe policies and wearing their helmets and doing what the app is telling them to do, that'd be great. Unfortunately, we see a lot more of this kind of behavior out there and a lot fewer people following even the rules of the app. And especially then, where are they even leaving scooters? Now, a lot of this has been cleaned up in partnerships between the cities and the scooter companies. So some of these are kind of worst case scenarios from a while back. We certainly do have options, as I showed in the earlier slide when I was talking about the environmental side, of how on the infrastructure side we can do a lot better job than this. But when we don't have that kind of infrastructure, they just end up kind of scattered all over the place, which creates additional accessibility and safety issues on our sidewalks. So maybe the jury's still out a little bit on the safe mobility solution. And again, I'm queuing this up intentionally to get our panelists talking about this. But as a traffic engineer, I think this is a bit of a call to action. There are the things that we need to ask for out of our mobility providing companies and everything that they can do on the safety side. But I think we also need to be looking a lot more at the use of right-of-way and creating safe mobility choices. Because if we do agree that that is where we want to be, this really should be our collective goal. So with that, I think I want to hand it over. See if I can stop presenting. And let Dmitry pick it up from there.
Great. Can everybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Perfect. All right. Well, thanks so much for the opportunity to be part of the panel today. Excited to answer everybody's questions and share a little bit more about what we're doing at Tortoise, how it fits into the larger micromobility ecosystem and last mile ecosystem. So Tortoise was founded in summer of 2019. I'm one of two co-founders. We're building technology that makes it possible to have things be transported across cities at low speeds without having a person go along with the thing. And I'll get into how we do this. So I always like to start with a bit of a historical lens on this problem of getting things to people. For most of human history, it was pretty brutally inefficient. You have to carry something with arms and legs to get it from A to B. A few thousand years ago, we had a pretty big win, discovery of the wheel, where now you can push things. And of course, the last 100 years, we've had cars and trucks that have significantly made it easier, faster to get things to people. But we've always had a person going along with the thing to get it to another person. And that has all kinds of costs and inefficiencies and environmental consequences. And that's why we're so excited about what we figured out at Tortoise, is this universal ability to remotely drive a light electric vehicle from A to B, so that you don't need to have a person going with a thing to get it to another person. There's a lot of different applications of this, and in the delivery space in terms of getting goods to people, which really has crystallized in importance with COVID. If you're making it possible for everyone to be able to access a lifestyle where you see something that you want, you press a button on your phone, and it shows up at your house without you having to go drive and pick it up. What's a way to unlock that's democratized, that's sustainable, that's truly hassle-free? And what's unique about Tortoise and our approach to technology is let's focus on technologies that are already mature and can safely be deployed now and really have an impact, as opposed to things that will come potentially decades down the road. And so the core principle for us is low speed before high speed. That's why we named the company Tortoise, besides the fact that tortoises are cute and they live 100 years and they win, but they do go to low speed. Light mass electric vehicles, so vehicles under 200 pounds, and remote controlled before autonomous. So we, our technology is built around the idea that when you're operating in zones where you've got humans doing all kinds of different things, you need a human on the other end of that. And we're not shooting for, even in the long term, L5 autonomy. We see a world where over time we do apply more autonomy to parts of a to B trip, but we're starting with a 100% remote control solution with a remote driver controlling a vehicle at a low speed over a 4G or 5G network. And so it's always more fun to see it live. So this is one of our delivery robots that uses our repositioning technology. It's going to be delivering groceries in this case. So the groceries are getting loaded into the robot, and then our system gets pinged, and the remote driver will take over from here. I'll play this video clip. It looks like the video is lagging a bit. I can also send a link out so you can see a high quality version. So this is being remotely driven from Mexico City, which is where one of our teleoperations hubs are. So the remote driver is just seeing out of the cameras that are built into the robot, and over a 4G network are driving it there. So this robot goes about an average speed of 3.5 miles per hour. And it really acts like a pedestrian does. Goes at a pedestrian speed, can go on sidewalk, road shoulder, and bike lane. And we didn't have to create any specialized maps for this area because, again, we've got the remote driver, and I'll show you their interface after sharing another video. So this is the robot arriving at a recipient's home. We just ordered some groceries from Safeway. The goods are secured in a container with a Bluetooth locking mechanism. It gets remotely unlocked, and then the robot will go back to the store. And this is, of course, a battery-powered robot with swappable and plug-in battery. Can work with any standard wall outlet. So very, very easy from an electrification point of view. And so our business model in the delivery space is we lease these robots, which we make to a retailer like Safeway, and then charge them per mile delivery fees when they actually use us effectively as a delivery service, but they're storing the robot, they're keeping it on their premises. Now, we built Tortoise as a horizontal company, so we've actually also applied our technology directly in the shared micromobility space. As Adrian had mentioned, I had a deep background in that world, and actually the first vertical where we applied this tech is to the logistics problem of shared micromobility. Three big ones that stand out. How do you get the right scooter or e-bike to the right place at the right time? So how do you get good utilization and make it a really convenient experience for a rider, so they don't need to go on a wild goose chase to find a scooter. Second big problem is sidewalk clutter. Riders, it's hard to get them to always leave a scooter in a place that is not obstructing. And if you force them to use solutions like docks, it will hurt overall adoption of shared micromobility. So there's trade-offs there. So how do you solve the clutter problem? And then how do you solve the cost and environmental and expense challenges of recharging scooters? And so if you apply a technology like ours, you can have a scooter be remotely driven to a charging site where the battery can be swapped or plugged in. You can immediately, after a rider completes their trip, repark the scooter in a safe location, and you can have the on-demand experience, which significantly reaches the appeal and accessibility of shared micromobility, where you can request a scooter to be driven to you. And so now you see same core technology, different form factor in this partnership we have with Spin. And so this is also being remotely driven from Mexico City by one of our remote drivers. Same type of cameras, different form factor, but the big idea of Tortoise is it's a light electric vehicle and there's a use case for moving it 4 miles per hour or less. We're going to be the universal moving service around that, starting with fully remote controlled solutions, perfecting that, making that commercially scalable, and then as the technology matures, moving into more and more autonomy, but not the immediate focus. And so this is showing some of those 3 use cases in shared micromobility: on demand, recharging, and reparking to avoid clutter. And so I would mention the remote driver interface. So this is the magic that was powering those videos. So somebody sitting behind a laptop just like you are right now with an Xbox controller, looking at this screen, able to see everything they need to see to safely navigate a vehicle. And they've got all kinds of controls in here for specialized situations. Speaker can play voice commands. You know, there's a lot built in behind this as well. But the core of the technology is the ability to have anybody anywhere in the world be able to drive a light electric vehicle at a low speed over a 4G or 5G network. And we see this as being transformational in the last mile delivery space, in making shared micromobility profitable and sustainable. And so we're excited to do our part in enabling the adoption of these technologies.
Thanks, Dmitry. When I first heard about the latter technology, the autonomously or manually driving the scooters back to where they wanted to go, I was having such a hard time wrapping my head around that until I saw the 3-wheel device, and then all of a sudden made a little bit more sense to me. And then seeing the remote control piece of it, not this fully autonomous, all of a sudden made a lot more sense to me. So I'm looking forward to the Q&A section here in a few minutes. Thank you for your presentation. And want to encourage everyone once again to please use the question bar. I'm not sure, I haven't seen any questions coming in so far for us, but please start firing those off, because we do want to take advantage of this. And Lewis, are you ready to pop in and give a short presentation?
Yeah, absolutely. Right, great. Cool, so my name is Lewis Pappas, principal and co-founder at Electric Avenue. I'm here in Brooklyn, New York at the Brooklyn Navy Yard, but I am a Willamette Bearcat by education, so it's good to be back with a bunch of Oregonians that I can't see, but good to be with you this afternoon. So this has been covered, you know, a bit, but just want to recap the sort of story about personal micromobility, you know, over the last few years since I've been in the industry. So you have the sort of, you know, nascency, Adrian, as you alluded to, you know, a lot of excitement, but a lot of friction in the early days of e-scooters and dockless bikes. Last year, that took a pretty drastic change as the physical environment and the world, you know, shifted under our feet, and micromobility and active transportation became much more normal for people to just get around and safely do what they needed to do. And as we sit here, you know, basically right in the middle of 2021, I think we're at something of a crossroads as to what path we take. So, you know, do we, you know, double down on the protected infrastructure, you know, bike lanes, open streets, open restaurants, and all the things that have helped micromobility thrive, or do we go back to something of a normal? I think you can guess which way I would hope things go. So, great. So quickly, just about Electric Avenue. So as I said, we're based here in Brooklyn. We are new as of the pandemic. Micromobility got shaken up quite a bit, you know, due to the pandemic. And so my co-founders and I founded Electric Avenue to basically catalyze all the exciting work that we saw happening across the micromobility sector. So, you know, when you think of that word, I think a lot of people's heads go to e-scooters, and that's really probably this, you know, the sort of first and biggest hit of micromobility. But we think about it, you know, everything from heavy micromobility, so, you know, pod cars, things like Nimbus up in the top left, to e-mopeds, you know, Revel, born here in New York, personally owned micromobility, you know, companies like VanMoof that are providing, you know, e-bikes that people buy, cargo bikes, traditional bike share, you know, accessible options, e-scooters, all of those things we really factor into the micromobility. So it's a pretty broad and imperfect moniker, but we don't get too concerned about what's in and what's out. It's sort of, you kind of know it when you see it. Electric Avenue, just in terms of what we do. So Adrian, as you said, we support both private sector companies, NGOs, and the public sector. I think, you know, most of our work over the past year or so has been for private clients that, you know, have an innovative product and they're looking to bring it to cities. And so this is e-scooter providers, you know, folks like Voy and Super Pedestrian, shared e-mopeds, or folks that are studying, you know, how we scale up more mopeds, and then people kind of in the infrastructure and technology side. So folks like Tortoise that are thinking about this kind of broader constellation of technology and infrastructure that we have to make micromobility successful. And really just, as we sit here, there's probably a lot of people that are, have the AC running if you have ACs. But the reason that we're doing this work, here at Electric Avenue is that we believe that it's a really critical way that we can save the planet and save the climate. Adrian, we should talk a little bit more maybe during the Q&A about the sort of environmentally friendly pillar that you spoke to. I think there's been a ton of improvement since those early days in terms of vehicle life cycle and life cycle emissions, but there are a ton of short trips, and there's a huge opportunity to shift more of them from cars to active modes like micromobility, like light electric vehicles. And so that's really what motivates our work. We want to work with the companies and the folks that are taking this seriously and accelerating these solutions now, because it is a climate solution. And so how do we make that happen? This is just to get the conversation started. Want to hear more from all of you, but these are kind of my top 6. Maybe past the first one in no particular order about how we help micromobility thrive. The first thing, and probably where you all find yourselves as traffic engineers, is infrastructure. We need to make it safer for people to ride. We need to make it convenient for them to park, figure out battery swapping and charging, and all the technology layer that ties all that together. We need scale. So, as I mentioned, we do a lot of our work for commercial clients. People are trying to come in and build businesses like Lime, like Tortoise, around micromobility. And as regulators and as the public sector, we need to make it possible for them to do that beyond just a pilot. I think that's a hugely important one. And on the flip side, we need great companies to come in and do that work well, to have a high bar when it comes to equity and sustainability. And really, there was a bumpy start to this industry. I think that is, in the rear view mirror now, but make sure that we affirm that really good reputation from these new entrants to the streetscape. Conspicuousness, I think that it is hugely important. Just down the street from me right now, they're in the process of installing a bike lane on the Brooklyn Bridge, which is it'll shift a bunch of trips and make it a little bit easier to walk over the Brooklyn Bridge. But I think more importantly, it's going to show that New York is embracing micromobility and cycling as a climate solution. So more of that on the Willamette, on the Seine, wherever you are, we need more of that. Fewer cars goes without saying, but space is zero sum in cities. We can make it more comfortable for people to ride and close the gender gap by just taking cars off the road. And then finally, financial support. So it's very easy to go and get a pretty substantial rebate for your Tesla, but it's hard for people to, shell out the, $1,500, $2,000 for a nice e-bike. And so how do we make that easier for folks? Because it is the choice that we want them to make. So just a few how-tos that I'd love to discuss further. Just, whatever bio, this is, I've never been part of an AMA before, but just, to give you a sense of who I am. So again, came from Willamette University, Salem, Oregon, from the West Coast, from the Bay Area originally, got my start in policy in the Obama administration, got my MBA, and then worked in the mobility world, somewhere around here, had this epiphany that, it wasn't car-based mobility, but actually human-scaled mobility is what we need to change cities. And so now I have the privilege of kind of putting together that policy and business and sort of micromobility subject matter expertise to hopefully drive this change and get more of these 2- and 3-wheeled vehicles on the street. So things to ask me about. So shared micromobility. So these, e-scooters, e-bikes, basically city-run permit programs that get these out there for shared use. Infrastructure. So where we put these shared vehicles, how we charge them, where we park them. The personally owned side, which is really exciting. I think there was a stat that came out yesterday that e-bikes are outselling cars in the U.S. By a factor of 2 to 1. And then New York, if you're interested, what's going on here. So I'll leave it there, and I'll look forward to your questions.
Great, thanks, Lewis. I will be coming back to you on that environmental question pretty early. So not that you need to prep for it, but be ready. And Jonathan, why don't we cue you up now and talk to us a little bit about Lime, and maybe since I did do the teaser on what I meant by your current role, you can talk a little bit about what I meant by that if you are yet. I get you. Might be muted.
Yeah, let's see. Just trying to get the right screen to show. There we go.
There we go.
Gotta love GoToWebinar. So great. I'm Jonathan Hopkins. I do government affairs and strategic partnerships with Lime for mainly the Mountain West and all of Canada. So I think when you add up Hawaii and Alaska, it's 7 or 8 time zones. Not as many people as that would imply. But so I've been with the Lime for about 2.5 years now. Starting off talking about this and using the framework that Adrian provided. You know, we've talked about sustainability a lot as one of the key parts of Adrian's framework. This is our full fleet of vehicles right now. It's not just scooters. Where the focus of the Lime is to provide, you know, options, all electric options for all non-transit trips under 5 miles. So, you know, we find a scooter is usually used for about a mile-long trip. You know, something that takes 20 minutes suddenly takes 3. And the scooters you see on the right-hand side, they have swappable batteries to reduce by half the number of trips you have to make to go pick up scooters. The scooter model you see here is just one generation newer of what people find in Portland and Seattle. Has 12-inch wheels. The models that we have in Portland and Seattle have 10-inch wheels. The models the industry started with were about 8-inch wheels. So all of that has been changed with safety as the focus, suspension on the vehicles, and a bunch of other improvements. The bike that you see is a refined model of the latest generation of Jump bike, and we purchased Jump. They too have swappable batteries that mix with the scooters. We find that, you know, about 43% of riders in Seattle, for example, where we have 2,000 bikes and 2,000 scooters, 43% ride scooters solely. 27% ride bikes solely, and the rest, about 30% ride both. So we see these vehicles are for different. I think the group that rides both, it's really folks that a lot of times don't have a car like myself. So they just pick whatever's closest. Or if I'm going to the grocery store, I pick a bike with basket, or going up a hill, I pick a bike. Otherwise, sometimes the scooter's easier. And then in DC, Paris, and New York, we've introduced e-mopeds. Their average trip is going to be 4 or 5 miles, top speed 28 miles an hour. So it's through this array of different tools to fit different needs that we think we can take the lessons of, you know, the first move in micromobility is like bike share, right? And in scooters was the second big move that folks have. Well, we're entering in a new era where all of these are mixing together as part of shared micromobility. So I gave you a little bit of a heads up of just our discussion of sustainability to a degree. Ultimately, I think the sustainability points bear out pretty clearly. Riding a scooter, even with all the costs of production and of operations costs on in the life cycle, carbon life cycle, riding a scooter is as clean as riding a packed bus on a per rider per mile basis. So that is really good, and we have to keep on continuing to improve that. And we also know that if everybody rode scooters and bikes, traffic fatalities would be a lot lower. The OECD has a report on that. It's really clear on that point. What isn't as clear is just injuries and like less than fatal injuries and general like annoyance and concern or obstruction that people can experience walking along a sidewalk. Even people who don't have any sort of disability, who are, you know, young and spry, if you have kids and are pushing a stroller, you too find out the obstructions that we have in our sidewalks that have existed long before scooters got there. But if not managed well, scooters can make it worse, and bike share can make it worse. So a lot of what I'm going to talk about today focuses on the safety component of the framework, and then a couple of the fun things involved as well. A lot of this represents learnings or new efforts that are new since the last time we chatted about this. First off, you know, a lot of things, one of the biggest scourages, let's say, is sidewalk riding. A minority of riders ride on the sidewalk, but that sidewalk riding has a disproportionate impact coming up from people behind without them knowing about it. It causes a lot of complaints. And so in order to have, you know, we know scooters and bike share are going to be around for a long time. They survived the pandemic, but to grow well as a, you know, constructive part of the community, we need to solve this. So, you know, I think every person sees about 7 times how many that they're not supposed to ride on a sidewalk before they take their first trip. Nevertheless, that sort of information has to be paired with things like enforcement for people to know to actually apply that knowledge. So at Lime, you know, we put that information all over the scooters. In Portland, we note that there's a $50 fine for riding on the sidewalks. We do safety education at events to help because, according to the CDC, about just like riding bikes, a lot of bike accidents for all of us happen right when we're learning for the first time. We're a little kid, we have rubber bones, usually isn't a big deal. Same sort of thing can happen with scooters. So that first ride training is focused on the fact that about 36% of injuries happen on the first ride. We even have a mode, like it's mandatory in Seattle, where your first trip has to be no more than 8 miles an hour instead of 15 to help that first ride be a safe one. And then we focus on education. Additionally, what's the tech that can help with this? At Lime, we use the accelerometer that's on a scooter that's very similar to what you find on your iPhone, right? Your iPhone, when you jiggle it, like something happens, you can undo things around, it's like it knows what's going on. So using accelerometers, we can sense the vibrations in sidewalks that are distinct from vibrations on roadways. This is 95% accurate. If somebody's taken more than half their trip on a sidewalk, we send them a warning and use it as an educational tool. It's only 95% effective, so we don't give them fines just based off of that information. We can pass on fines if somebody sees them riding in person, but we can ban them if they've had multiple instances. We can also use the aggregated data to identify in partnership with a city where sidewalk riding is most common. The two biggest tools to reduce sidewalk riding is number one, and most clearly, protected bike lanes. Scooters go the same speed as bicycles. That's where overwhelmingly 4/5 of scooter riders want to ride. So building protected bikes, but that's not a fast solution. The other number two solution is just enforcement. And so this in some ways makes that possible. Like I said, people know all sorts of different ways they can report an issue to help keep streets safe. We have teams that are going out and picking up scooters when there's a problem. And so that brings us to parking, which is the other kind of challenging issue. As we know, there's a lot of competition for the right of way. Most cities give about 90% of it to cars. And that, I think, our carbon emissions convey that that's true, right? Pretty much the proportion of space we give cities over to cars is going to be the amount of carbon emissions we have, for the most part, due to induced demand. But in the limited space that scooters are given, oftentimes along the curb on the sidewalk, or sometimes in corrals on the street, like Seattle's done a lot of and Portland's done a little bit of, we can help provide more orderly parking. So, we're improving user experience for that to give people turn-by-turn directions to the nearest corral, incentivize them for parking in them by giving them 50 cents or $1 off. And that sort of model has been used in Tel Aviv, where parking is 95% compliant and it's parking in corrals is mandatory. The same thing is true in Paris. We know when these things tip over, and we also have field teams going out, basically line patrol, is proactively trying to make sure that these things are not tipped over, because on a 4-foot sidewalk or a 6-foot sidewalk, if one of these is tipped over, somebody in a wheelchair cannot get by. And then in the past, Portland does fining using the same people that do TNC inspections. We do think enforcement is important, and our teams have added on capabilities. So we review end-of-trip photos, and if somebody parked wrong, they get a small fine, like $10 or $20. If our line patrols catch people sidewalk riding and there's a large number of plates to identify the scooter, then they get a fine as well. And one other piece of this is to actually make it even better. Cities, and Portland's going to adopt this coming in the next round of the program, is lock to, get the scooters to park like bikes, so that people, if somebody is blind or partially sighted, they don't need to have another thing in the sidewalk that's obstructing them, along with A-frame signs and everything else like that. If a scooter takes up the same signature as a bicycle, it's not as confusing, and it's in the same place as a bicycle, it's not as confusing. So when Lock 2 was implemented in San Francisco, their complaints and citations went down drastically. Chicago did the same thing and found a 79% reduction in complaints. Some part of this is the work we do on just making sure the vehicles are safe, which involves robust testing. And we also know that in some cities, that some of the injuries are happening as a result of people riding while impaired. So all the scooters companies at this point have impairment sobriety tests. And companies like we do in Tel Aviv offer helmets on their scooters. That said, nobody offers both Lock 2 and helmets on the scooters. And there's a balancing act where it can feel good to a bureaucrat to say, hey, a helmet is available, but to the riders in a time of COVID, or the potential to transmit things like, whatever people might have in their hair on their head, that is a risk that caused a lot of people to see the helmet, appreciate it's there, and also leave it there, not putting it on their head. We do incentivize people when they have their own helmets, or use that one to get a discount when they wear their helmet. And then some of the cutting edge collaborations we're doing, particularly in Ottawa right now, there's, with all electric vehicles and autonomous vehicles, there's concern that nobody hears them coming. So we're exploring with the local accessibility advisory committee, how would we want to roll out an audible sounds pilot? And the other thing that's gone on over the past decade, I would say, is, there's historically been people that were always riding bikes, and there's a certain set of norms. But as if we've added people in with one wheel, scooters, e-bikes, or just really fast cyclists, sometimes they haven't embraced the same norms of like bell or voice to pass. So how can we as an industry try and raise the norms and community understanding of good behavior in shared spaces? And so that's most of what I have to say on safety, but I wanted to share one more fun thing, if there's time, really quickly, is we're working with PBOT, University of Oregon, Oregon State, and others on seeing, can we, like Portland does an amazing job timing street signals to prioritize bikes. And now they're looking at the next generation of intelligence signals to see, can they sense scooters coming. So we're making our pings available where these vehicles are, so that the city of Portland and the universities can see, okay, how can we tie this in, recognize the vehicles, and give the sustainable choices priority over non-sustainable ones. And with that, I'm done.
Well, that was a great way there at the end, Jonathan, also to tie it all in. Actually, it wasn't just the last slide, but much of your presentation tied into the SensorAMA, which is the event that we're all participating here at ITE. This started really focused more on infrastructure sensors, and so now they've expanded it into the micromobility sensors. And so you hit on a number of them, from the device itself, from the phone, and then right at the very end on the infrastructure side of things. So I'd like to bring my panel back, if everyone could turn their cameras on here. And I want to reward the people who have submitted questions in writing first, and then I'll get to some of my other questions with the time that remains. But one of the first questions, we'll start with you, Dmitry, because it really was kind of focused on the delivery cart that you were showing us at the beginning. And it was around the PED phase at a signalized intersection. Did you say that the delivery cart actually has a way of communicating with the signal system and trying to actuate that PED phase? And if not, is that an opportunity, or does that cause a lot of delay? How have you handled that?
Yeah, well, so it's funny. This was going to be what my one ask for this group is. That's kind of part of how we solve for that is routing. So we'll avoid routing across intersections where you have a push button to cross, or you don't have kind of automation of just frequently going into pedestrian mode without the push button. And we kind of run different routes and kind of see what's optimal there. But ideally there could be almost an API or something where, as we're approaching an intersection, we can just ping it and say we're there. But yeah, for now, it's we basically either wait till a pedestrian comes or reroute if we get stuck somewhere.
Okay, well, that is the promise of the connected vehicle future, is to be able to communicate with the traffic signal system. So the next question, and thank you, Lawrence, for asking that first question. Next question from Emma Burkhead. Is research being done on how the different challenges of bringing micromobility into more suburban settings, especially with regard to infrastructure? Lewis, I think I'll start with you on this one, and then Jonathan, will cue you up next on the how do we see this growing into suburbia, and what are the challenges there?
Yeah, so just like a quick backgrounder on the economic model and the permitting model. So, my former employer, Bird, basically, when they first launched in Santa Monica in 2017, it was unannounced, but the way that they sort of made peace with the city was they said, look, we'll give you $1 a day per scooter deployed in the city, And that's anchored, I think, the economic arrangement, with a lot of micromobility permit programs across the country and to some extent in Europe, where you're basically paying some incremental amount per vehicle, whether it's per day or per year, or some sort of formula that you use to calculate that. And that means that there's a real economic incentive for operators to compete for the really rich markets like New York, like Seattle, like Portland, where you have a lot of density and you can support those short trips. And I think there was also a pullback, when more cities started collecting fees from those more suburban areas where micromobility operators, they launched because they were able to, but figured out that the economics were tough. So I would really point to the economics, and I believe that micromobility should be subsidized. It should be part of public transit. I think there's some interesting movement on that on the federal front, depending on what happens on the sort of infrastructure bill that's being negotiated. But then on infrastructure itself, look, safe places to ride, separation from cars. If you look back at the PBOT data, Portland has a good sort of mix of kind of denser, urban, not in the New York sense, but fairly dense, and then more suburban settings. Most of the people surveyed that said that they rode on sidewalks, they did so when speed limits were over 20 or 30 or 40 miles an hour, basically in a positive correlation. So having protected infrastructure is just hugely important.
Jonathan, do you have anything to add on the expansion and/or challenges in the suburban environment?
I think all companies are going to prioritize, as Lewis was saying, the denser markets, but most of those are already populated. Aside from like Houston and Toronto and Vancouver in North America, there's not a lot of, and maybe Orlando, like there's not a lot of large, and Orlando's not huge, right? So there's not a lot of large cities that don't have this. And so you can see like Bird has taken a different approach. I mean, they're in Hermiston. And they were trying to get into Lewiston, Idaho, and I'm trying to think of all the others in Lincoln City, right? Those aren't suburbs. They are, they're not exurbs, right? And it's a different model, and I think they're obviously going public this year, so it could be a profitable model in their mind. They're using a different model where they basically are franchising out scooters to local operators. They do the same thing in Portland. And so I think they're testing that and putting it to its limits. A cynic might look at it and say that they're going public this year, so they really need the maximum number of cities, on the map. And when companies know to list a city of 9,000 like Hermiston counts just like a city of 2 million. And if those cities aren't going to make money, they're already able to book the expected revenue on their books because somebody signs a contract saying they're going to pay $1 a day per scooter that they have, or whatever they're paying, or $3 a day to the company. And then when the market doesn't work and is not sustainable, Bird is already public, right? And it already served its purpose because then they have 250 or 300 cities. Who knows which way it's going to play out? I'm not saying which way it does, but it could be a really shrewd move to make micromobility very universal. It might work. I don't know. Or it might be something that gives all these small cities something for a year and then takes it back away. And to Lewis's point about micromobility being public, like public transit, I mean, the fare fees have gone up, right? It's about 36 cents a minute now, and that across all companies. So that's 30 to 36 cents a minute. So that's what it takes to sustain all these things. But about half of our riders connect to public transit, at least on a monthly basis, using it.
I have one more question here, and hopefully we can answer it real quick, because I do want to talk very briefly, at least, about the environmental piece that we've alluded, but left hanging a little bit. But again, I want to reward Saad for asking the question. I used to work in Carlsbad 2 years ago, where City Council prohibited the use of micromobility devices, which created a gap for users to the north and south of the city. What has been done to create a seamless and gapless system? I'll just kind of open that to whoever wants to start.
I think changing, in a lot of cases, the answer is not a lot has been done because, cities want control. I mean, this is there, it's on their sidewalks. They clearly own it. But a more natural position might be for the transit agency to come in and be the regulator or the MPO. So, I guess one example of that would be Austin. The city of Austin, Texas took back their bike share program and folded it into their transit authority, which I think is a really sensible move and, helps you view this as a system, to Jonathan's point, where people can connect with transit, pay the same way, and it can be thought through. I think that, a lot of the cities that are regulating it, they're doing it to minimize the bad in their approach versus harness the good. And so there's a certain amount of control that you would cede by saying, we're going to do this as, three, adjoining cities, or let the transit agency handle it. I think there needs to be, more ambitiousness so that people can travel how they want to, which is, not really cognizant of city boundaries, but more where they need to go.
I think a lens that would be helpful for solving the problems the right way is to not think about shared micromobility in isolation, but think about it as a constellation of solutions to end the need for private car ownership. And if you kind of reframe the goal as, okay, what is the collective set of policies that will actually let us reduce private car ownership rates? And because there's no one silver bullet, and shared micromobility is a big part of it, but in of itself, you can't replace all the trips you would otherwise do with an owned car. And so it's public transit, shared micromobility, short-term car rentals, delivery services. Huge part of shared micromobility trips, 30% of the trips are somebody going to buy something. And so there's huge value to unlock in taking that holistic view. And then you're really then regulating apples to apples, right? I think the way in which cars are regulated compared to scooters, given the relative volumes, it's a little comical at times.
Yeah, well, I think the point you're making there, Dmitry, is if we really need to address all of the different mobility challenges that people have with a holistic ecosystem of mobility choices. If we do want to be able to allow people to give up their single occupant vehicle, we have to address when people have to go to the store, when they have to take kids and themselves to the doctor. We have to give all kinds of different alternative choices. It's not just any one of these pieces. So that's a great point. I want to do one last question. I know the group wanted to have a little bit of a break, and we're not giving it much time. But Jonathan, I thought you addressed both security safety really well in your presentation. You talked a lot about the advances that Lime's been making in the vehicle itself, as well as the technologies along with it. I think you also talked a little bit through that around, or at least I was kind of picking up on, a more robust vehicle that is going to last longer, which is one of the main complaints around sort of the environmental piece of it, is if they're just dying within a few months or 6 months, how environmentally friendly is that mode really? But Lewis, did you want to pick up off that point and talk a little bit more about any of the environmental points before we get a break here?
Sure, yeah, just quickly, and a lot of our work is over in Europe, and I think you're seeing the combination of cities having really ambitious and pressing climate plans, and the competition for some of these big markets, lift the operator offerings upward when it comes to sustainability. So, if you're going to be competing for London, for Paris, for Copenhagen, for Berlin, maybe 35 to 50% of the criteria for getting selected as the operators, and it is very competitive, is sustainability. And so that's forced operators to really think about the entire life cycle. Sometimes the cities are asking for a life cycle assessment that takes into account the manufacturer all the way to the end of life. I think the three buckets that what operators are doing to improve that is expanding the life cycle. So building the scooters to actually be fit for shared use, not having exposed wires, having modular parts, things like that. Cleaning up the operation, so swappable batteries that can help with the VMT with van-based recharging, and also having e-cargo bikes do that swapping. And then finally, thinking creatively about second life and recycling. Lime has some pretty interesting stuff about that. So I think the competition there is really good. And now the average life cycle, the companies say, is about 5 years compared to some people said like a couple months at the outset, and that's just within the space of like 3 years. Pretty amazing.
Well, I want to thank all of you. I wish I had another half hour. So many things I'd love to get into. I had a hunch we were going to be bumping up against our hour. I think, Anna, I need to hand it back over to you. Sorry, I didn't give you much of a break.
Oh, no worries. That was fascinating. Thank you so much for presenting, all of you. I cannot wait for the day when an adorable robot delivers my groceries. So we are going to still take a short break. We will be back here at about 2:05. So we'll see you then.
Hey, Anna, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. So when it's my turn to present, will there just be a prompt that'll come up?
Yes, yeah, we will change control and then you'll be able to share your screen.
Excellent. Yeah, I just wanted to double check. I missed the practice session this morning, so.
No problem. All right, well, that concludes our short break, and we are ready to get into our bicycle detection session. So our speakers for this session are Shahon Quayle. Shahon Quayle is a traffic engineer with Washington County, specializing in traffic signal systems and ITS. He enjoys developing and implementing innovative treatments that can actually bear meaningful mobility and safety outcomes for all modes. Our next presenter is Adam Moore. Adam is a senior engineering associate at Portland Bureau of Transportation in the Signals, Street Lighting, and ITS division. PBOT SSL oversees design, construction, maintenance, and operates the city's traffic signals and streetlight infrastructure. Adam received his bachelor's degree in civil engineering from Georgia Tech and his master's degree in civil engineering from Portland State University. Our next presenters are Kate Petak. Kate is a senior engineering associate in the Signals, Street Lighting, and ITS group in the Portland Bureau of Transportation. She works on signal timing, detection, and design projects. Her big projects include signal timing and TSP testing for the Division Transit project, synchro modeling for the Rose Lane corridors, and setting up signal performance measures on the MLK corridor. Amy Wyman is currently a second-year PhD student studying transportation engineering at Oregon State University. Before that, she worked for 2 years as a traffic engineer at Burgess and Nippel. She graduated from OSU with a BS in civil engineering in 2017. And with that, we'll run this session very similar to the previous session. If you have any questions, please put them in the questions panel, in the GoToMeeting panel, and we will address those questions at the end of the session. And with that, I will turn it over to Shahon.
All right, thank you for that introduction. And I just want to double check, as all of our other presenters have, can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Okay. Well, I am going to talk through our experiences with the challenge of trying to distinguish bikes from other vehicles for our signalized intersections and what we do about that. And so, you know, kind of big picture, the goal out here in Washington County, which is a very suburban county on the west side of Portland, is to try to have accurate detection really in all lighting, weather, and environmental conditions. That period stop is a challenge for us as traffic engineers to accurately have detection. Too often we have shadows or sunlight or glare that actually causes issues with our normal detection. And then we have the further complication of wanting to distinguish vehicles from bikes for the purposes of specialized signal timing, which I'll talk through in some examples, but there's some reasons why we want to try to maintain efficiency and mobility by right sizing signal timing for our actual users. So distinguishing bikes actually on approach to then customize our signal timing. And then one of the things that we see out here is when a cyclist isn't detected, or even if they are detected but they are impatient or don't know that they've been detected, they will hop off their bike and head over and push the pedestrian button to make sure that they are going to be served. And what that does is it creates a much longer service window for that approach, given that a cyclist can proceed through the intersection much quicker than a pedestrian typically can, or what we time for. And so I'll talk a little bit about at the end, kind of some of the signage that we've put together and some of the outreach we're trying to do to the cyclist community out here in Washington County. So fingers crossed these videos work. I'm going to play 3 examples of accurate FLIR detection. So we've tested a number of different providers of detection technologies. FLIR has been the most promising to date. We're on version 2 of the FLIR cameras, which is the TraffiSense 2 cameras that we're using. I've actually got the, I guess Farid calls it the debugging mode on, but you can see next to the vehicle 2 letters after the numbers, BB equals bike, VV equals vehicle. So we can see how the camera is actually going through and distinguishing objects in the field of view with this debugging mode turned on. Durham and Hall is an intersection just next to Tigard High School here in Washington County. It's actually an intersection in the city of Tigard that we maintain for them. But it was one of the first locations that we worked with CT Northwest, who's our distributor for FLIR, and FLIR to try to test these cameras and see what kind of errors we were seeing. And it was a process working with the two past interns to quantify the accuracy of these devices and take screen captures and videos to send to Farid to pass along to FLIR to continually improve the versions that are coming along here. And I don't know if you noticed that pedestrian that just jogged across the street there. Let me see if I can play this again. Gets picked up, and it's not distinguishing bikes from pedestrians. So that BB next to the pedestrian going across there, I guess that's for future development. But it is directionally sensitive. So it's only looking for a cyclist that's coming towards the camera. You can see that down arrow in the middle of the zone actually helps highlight that upon setup. We configure all that. You can see the cyclist, the detection zone around the cyclist, they get boxed in, and then the larger zone that's kind of making up the outside of that lights up, and that is the bicycle zone. And then it's nice that there's a feedback screen to say bicycle detected. It actually pops up in the screen. And as soon as the cyclists leave, then it drops the call. So some of the problems that we saw, and we've got this running at 3 different intersections here in Washington County. This is at our location along 185th Avenue and Rock Creek Boulevard, Parkway, where we have a fair amount of cyclists. This connects between the Rock Creek Trail and a couple other regional trails. So it gets a fair amount of cyclist use crossing 185th. So we set up the cameras for the side street approaches to 185th because that's where the majority of our cyclist use is occurring. You can see here a cyclist in version 2.02 of the camera riding across the zone actually got picked up and placed a short-term call on the left-turn vehicle face. So again, we want to document these and have documented these for CT Northwest to pass along to FLIR. And again, these are version 2.02. The latest release is version 2.04 that we're going to be evaluating. These are just some examples that I think you want to be considering and looking for as you set up your bike distinguishing detection. So this is a situation where actually the cyclist riding along the curb line, and this is a function of the mass of the object of the cyclist is outside of the detection zone. And so this is something that is a nuance that we struggle with a bit. If you expand the detection zone kind of further to the left-hand side there to make sure you get the cyclist riding along the edge of the pathway, then you have to deal with the pedestrians that are walking along the sidewalk, also triggering the bike detection zone and placing a call for that vehicle approach when they might just be walking along it and making the curve there. So there's some nuances with knowing the environment and tailoring your zones to try to have your cake and eat it too. In this case, a motorcyclist gets picked up as a bicycle because the way the FLIR cameras worked, at least back in version 2.02, is it couldn't distinguish between the shape and heat signature of a bicycle versus a motorcycle. It's a small trade-off. We don't have a huge vehicle mix of motorcycles, so we're actually okay with them calling for a longer minimum green and carryover time at the signal. This is from version 2.02, but I know working with our new intern Chase from Oregon State, who's with us for the next 6 months, we took a glance at the latest version last Friday and saw this happen as well, where the cyclist comes down on an approach they get detected and then they decide to ride on their bike over to push the pedestrian button to the left-hand side and then ride back out into traffic, which is what you're seeing on the left-hand side. They're riding from the pedestrian push button and then getting back into the lane that they'd like to proceed along. The camera doesn't see them. And so in that case, we need to work with FLIR and CT Northwest to make sure that it's more sensitive to pick up that cyclist as they do these sort of, you could call them abnormal, but we don't have really a quantification of how often cyclists are getting off their bike and going and pushing the pads. All we have are some anecdotal observations. And then you have situations where you have odd shapes, and this is working with FLIR to, again, expand a little bit of that window for what is an odd-shaped cyclist versus a motorized vehicle. In this case, this was sort of an odd-shaped cyclist that didn't get detected. And so I mentioned outreach. We've done some work with our bicycle coordinator to reach out to some of our cycling groups here in Washington County. I know we've done some work with doing press releases when we first were putting up our FLIR TraffiSense 2 cameras at the 3 test locations, 185th and Rock Creek, Cedar Hills and Parkway, and then Durham there at Hall. And we also added these supplemental signs that you can see here just to help remind cyclists that they are being detected. It's a simple static sign, so the cost and complication of it's significantly less than something that, say, Clackamas County and others have done with ITE signs that actually have a blue light indication. It would actually light up when the pedestrian or when the bicyclist is in the detection zone. We found, at least anecdotally, that putting up these static signs have been fairly effective in understanding, but it's certainly not 100%, as we saw on the camera last Friday with cyclists hopping off and pushing the button. I'm going to pivot to what we're doing about it. So we need good, accurate signal time, or good, accurate detection. And then once we have the accurate detection, then we can do something with that information. And what we really want to do is try to right-size signal timing, as I was alluding to before. So we work typically with SDLC so that we have extra channels. We can do it just with cards in the rack, though. You know, 1 BPL card for the FLIR system will get us 4 channels in the rack. So that's a simple way to do it if we have something that's scalable. But what we're really trying to do is calculate our bike traversal times and then go ahead and have an alternate minimum green and carryover time that's specific to that detection channel that's run off of the bike detection. So independent of the vehicle detection, this is actually going to run as a separate channel to allow us to do that specialized signal timing to enhance safety, to help our cyclists get through the intersection on the full green and yellow time, so that they're not out there when we've got conflicting traffic going in an ideal world. Bicycle minimum green times. This is just a quick illustration of the table. It's really related to the distance that we're crossing, and then that relates to startup loss time, which we're assuming at 6 seconds, and then the speed to actually get up to an actual travel through the intersection. That's somewhere between 10 feet per second and 14 feet per second. You can see that we typically do 5 seconds as our shortest minimum green. We're more commonly on our arterials at 6 seconds of minimum green. But where we know they're cyclist routes, or we've had requests, we'll actually bump that up to 8 to 10 seconds if needed for every cycle where we don't have this bicycle distinguishing technology. But as we continue to evaluate and become more comfortable with technology like what FLIR has to distinguish motorized versus non-motorized traffic, we want to use more and more of this right-sized detection. And really, we want to target it at locations that are the larger crossings. So at our larger 5-lane and even some of our 3-lane arterials, where we would have these wider crossing distances that would result in longer minimum greens. There may be some advantages to not serving that every cycle, particularly if cyclist traffic is rare. so that we can minimize the red that's displayed on the main line and the crash exposure that might be provided to the main line. So in summary, we had our previous intern last summer evaluate version 2.02 of the bike detection. We saw it was about 75% accurate, and that is accurate as in perfect, as in the detection goes on, stays on for the full time the cyclist is there, doesn't do anything spotty or delay or dropping the calls, and then turns off within a second of the bike leaving. So we have a pretty high bar for wanting accurate detection. When you have a little bit of spotty detection, it can work okay. But he went through and looked at 26 hours of footage, 87 bike events, and used that to come up with that 75% accurate. So we're hoping, as Chase does his evaluation, that we're going to see a number higher than that 75% accuracy rate with version 2.04. So we're continuing to evaluate. I mentioned that. It looks anecdotally better, but it's still not perfect, as we'd expect with any detection system. And we are planning to install FLIR bike detection on 3 major roadway projects we have going on. One along Cornelius Pass Road. It's a technology grant project with Federal Highway Administration and ODOT to deliver enhanced sensors along Cornelius Pass Road. And then we have adaptive corridor that's coming in Tigard along Durham Road and Upper Boones Ferry that's going to use the FLIR detection for stop bar detection to power both the adaptive system and to do some of these smart bike detection system treatments. And then Swallow and Sherwood Road, we have a widening project and adaptive project that we're going to do something very similar. And then we have a few spare instances of these full camera installs that we can put in at strategic bike crossing opportunities as we get requests or as opportunities arrive. So that's all I had. I guess we're going to save all the questions to the end. And so there's my contact information, and I will hand it back to Anna if you are still there. So just click stop sharing. Oh, there we go.
Thanks, Sean. And next we're going to move on to Adam Moore.
Right. Give me just 1 second here. And you all should be seeing my screen now, so speak up if you can't see it.
Looks good, Adam.
Looks great.
Awesome. So today I'm going to be talking about a little pet project that we were working on in P-bot signals and street lighting. And this kind of ties into some of the stuff Sean was just talking about, primarily bicycle detection, and more importantly, feedback to the cyclist that the cyclist has been detected. So let me go ahead and I guess I'll talk about what I'm doing first. This signal head that you can see right here in the pole is a 4-section near side bike signal head with a countdown till green top lens. So that's what I'm talking about today. So why do we want cyclist feedback? I think that we all are pretty aware of the problem. Cyclists face ambiguity at signals that drivers don't. Does the signal know I'm here? Will I get a green? I've been waiting for a while. Should I just run the red light? That's kind of what we're up against as signal timers and designers. I know personally I expend very little energy when I'm driving, wondering if the signal has seen me when I'm at a stop bar. But when I'm biking, it really is, even as someone who knows how signals are designed and how they work, it's something that I spend a lot of energy figuring out. So some solutions that have been tried for giving cyclists feedback: signage and pavement markings that tell cyclists where to wait. Those are pretty intuitive, but they're sometimes easy to miss. We've looked at using blue light confirmation feedback. That's something P-bot has used quite extensively, but we've faced kind of an education battle with that one. They're easy to see, but they aren't necessarily intuitive. I get probably once every 3 months a question from someone, just the public, asking me, what is that blue light I see up on there? So it is kind of common. So the third option here is something that we're going to be talking about today, and it's a near side signal that literally says stop, and it tells you how long you'll be waiting. It's easy to see, and I would say it's pretty intuitive. We don't have a great name for it yet. I've been calling it the bike countdown signal, And if at the end of this presentation anyone wants to suggest a better name, I would really appreciate it. Anyway, we're going to talk about the bike countdown signal. It's at a convenient location. It's near side, next to the stop bar. Simple actuation. In this case, we're using advance and stop bar loops to detect the bikes, and we have them on yellow lock. So once a bike is detected, that phase will serve. It's pretty intuitive action because as the cyclist approaches, the lights will be dark, but once the actuation is keyed in, the LEDs light up and they begin the countdown. So I'm going to attempt to play a video. Let's see if this goes off the rails or not. And I thought I would just go ahead before I get into the nitty-gritty of how we make this thing work. I just want to show you a video of the signal in action, and then we're going to talk about how I made it work. So let's see if this loads up. So what we see here, in case it's choppy for you, is a cyclist approaching and actually going up onto the sidewalk to get a better view of the signal head, but really you'd be next to the sidewalk on the street. And we're seeing lights extinguish on that top lens. The bottom three lenses are your standard red, yellow, green. They do look a little strange. That's the design of the signal lens. It's not actually scratched. For some reason, that's how they do it. But you can see the white LEDs getting close to being fully extinguished. Now they're fully extinguished, and bike green. So that's how it works. And I'm going to dive now into some of the more specific details of how we actually got that to function, because as you can imagine, it's pretty non-standard. The red, yellow, and green, though, are pretty straightforward, just like any other traffic signal, red, yellow, and green wires. We use 5 wires to illuminate the 31 LED lights. And if you're asking how do I light up 31 LED lights with just 5 wires, that's where 5-bit binary comes into play, which I'll talk about a lot as we move forward. And then the stop lights up with the LEDs. In the image there, it says walked, and that is because we bought these traffic signals from the Netherlands, and they did change it to the word stop for us before we got them, which is great. We've done one other of these installations, and it actually still says walked on it. It was a little tricky when we got it. There's some of the instructions, and I had to get really good at Google Translate to read a lot of these Dutch instructions, but it is doable. 5-bit binary, I'll go ahead and explain though. And looking at that chart on the left side, what we're looking at here are the 5 wires, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And each of those wires is turning on and off in different combinations. So for example, when all of the wires are off, that equals the number 0. When all of the wires are on, that equals the number 31. And then various combinations in between equal the other 30 numbers. So that is all we're doing is we're turning on 5 different wires in different order, and the little microprocessor inside the traffic signal head is understanding what to do with those 5 signals. I just want to do a little aside real quick and talk about Intellite/Q-Free max time controllers. PBOT is migrating its signal controllers to Intellite max time. It's been an ongoing process for a handful of years now. One of the benefits of max time, in my view, this is kind of a personal opinion, but it has improved custom logic from some of the controllers we've used in the past. Just basically more complexity and more possibilities. There are 32 custom program pages, and each page has 64 logic lines. So that's over 2,000 custom commands. There's a lot that you can do with that. It's very, very powerful. So I used it extensively for this project. But first, before we get into the software, I do want to talk about the hardware. I've already touched on the red, yellow, and green wires. We just power those with the load switch packs in the signal cabinet output file, just like you would any other signal. It's the countdown LEDs that required a lot of thinking outside the box because they require 24-volt DC current. Our load switches are 120 volt AC current. So we can't plug straight into those. However, the controller C1, C11 pins on the back of the controller itself are 21 VDC. sorry, 24 VDC. So what we ended up doing here is installing our 5 wires directly into the back of the C11 harness. And we are using the C11 pins turning on and off to directly manipulate those 5 wires. This was something that I actually was pretty happy about. I see a lot of advantages to working straight out of the controller itself and not having an intermediary like a PLC microprocessor, a separate microprocessor. There are practical reasons for that. We, as a division, have a number of PLCs out in the field for various projects, and not very many though, which means that our internal knowledge base is quite short, quite small. It makes troubleshooting very hard when not a lot of people know how to program PLCs, is what I'm trying to say. I do want to talk though mostly about software for the last bit, and this is just an example of some of the logic that I wrote to run the countdown LEDs. I used a total of 95 lines of logic, which was actually a record for a little while, but I broke that record when I did the Moda Center Rose Quarter traffic signal, which has many, many more lines of logic. I would love to go through each and every one of these lines. It's like my favorite thing to talk about, but after a while I start to look like Russell Crowe from A Beautiful Mind. So I'm not going to actually do that. If anyone does want to talk about each individual line, please contact me, because I really do love talking about this stuff. But instead, I'm going to use plain English, and I'm going to play videos for you. I'm going to run through this pretty quick. I know we're short on time, but disclaimer, this intersection is running fixed time. We know exactly how long it will take to get to a bike green because the splits are fixed for the other phases, so that it does make this easier than you might think. Basically, there's a dummy phase running in the background that always knows how long it will be until the bike phase is ready to serve. So it's always aware that you will have X number of seconds until that phase goes green. It's just not actually doing anything until a bike is there. We have a scalar value that's always running, and then it freezes, just like it did right there, while this continues to count. And that is our scalar value, so that we can always light up all 31 lights regardless of when a bike actuates the LEDs. And those lights will then extinguish at a variable rate. In other words, if there are exactly 31 seconds until green, those lights will extinguish at 1 light per second. If there are less than 31 seconds to a green, those lights will extinguish faster than once per second. And vice versa, if there's more than 31 seconds, they'll go slow. That's just a kind of simple formula. We have the timer, dummy time till green, times 31, and then divided by the scalar value that will freeze upon actuation. So this is what it looks like in action. You should see inside this red box right here in just a second. When the bike hits the actuation, it will start ticking down from 31. So you can see it counting down. It's at 27, 26, 25. So those are our LED lights slowly counting down. The downside of this formula is that it can result in a choppy pattern, which I don't think I have any video of, but because of the remainder value that happens with this formula, sometimes you'll have the LEDs will sort of stutter a bit as it counts down. I'll demonstrate here. This is a slower version, so you'll see it. This is kind of our stutter that I'm talking about. It freezes every once in a while. So we're at 25, 24, 23, 22, 21. But I've found it to be pretty effective, and I haven't gotten any complaints from anyone that it stutters. Here's a faster one. This one is just going to fly down to 0 pretty quickly. So we can say that's what happens when a cyclist arrives and green is actually just about to happen. The last key bit of this is converting from that number to the 5-bit binary. Max time user programs are built on an if this, then that logic, which can become kind of tedious if there are a lot of this that can happen. Looking at this red box right here, this particular wire is only on if the value is greater than 16. You can see all the ones right here, and these are all zeros. So that one was very easy to program. It took one line of logic. It's true if we're greater than 16. Very simple. Looking at this other box here, wire number 1, it's this wire is on whenever we have an odd number. So it's on, off, on, off, on, off. And that one took, it was like 30 or 40 lines of logic to get that wire to behave correctly. And this is the final result, just to kind of show it all in one piece. I'm going to run 2 different videos at the same time. And I'll talk about what you should be seeing while those videos are running. So in our first column, column 1, we have our 5-bit binary. In the second column, I'm running the 5-bit binary right now, turning my C11 pins on and off, and you can watch these numbers change. And then, of course, you can see what it actually looks like out in the field in the third column there. So that is, in a nutshell, how we operate that top lens, that top aspect of the 4-section near-side bike countdown signal. And I'll save questions for the end, but thank you for listening.
Thanks, Adam. So next we're gonna turn it over to Kate Petak and Amy Wyman.
And is that presentation coming through okay?
Yep, I can see it.
Awesome. All right. So today, me and Kate are going to be talking about our collaborative evaluation of a couple sensor systems in a downtown Portland location for passive bicycle detection. So in a nutshell, the goal of this program is to, hang on here, sorry about that. So yeah, in a nutshell, the goal of this study is to evaluate 2 different sensor systems for performing bicyclist detection, and specifically count and presence detection. PBOT was also interested in comparing the capabilities of the equipment for 2 different scenarios, namely bicyclists in a bike lane and bicyclists in a vehicle lane. Now you might say, well, the sensor manufacturer provides this information, but these sensor systems aren't necessarily tested under the use cases that you'd be deploying them. And so we actually configured the zones to be consistent with PBOT's typical presence and count detection setup. And we're looking at the accuracy of these under the real world conditions. Ultimately, we'd like to help PBOT determine which of these sensor systems might be viable options for these types of detections, and ultimately save time and money on extracting, say, manual counts. So we're looking at 2 different sensor systems, a radar and a thermal system. We'll refer to them as sensors 1 and 2. The first sensor system is a radar detection system, and it doesn't actually advertise bicycle count capabilities, but it has been deployed for bicycle detection in California and Utah. And this specific sensor has a 6 to 140 foot range. The second sensor that we're looking at is a thermal detection system, and this one actually does advertise bicycle presence and count capabilities. It's also advertised for nighttime, long distance, and harsh weather conditions, and this one has a slightly shorter range than the first, with 6 to 100 feet. So the location we specifically deployed these sensors at is at East Burnside Street and Southeast 7th Avenue, which is in downtown Portland. It's a one-way approach to an intersection, one-way eastbound, and there are 3 vehicle lanes and 1 dedicated bicycle lane. The reason we selected this study location was that the cabinet characteristics really made it easy to do the sensor install. And Kate will talk a little bit more about that later down the line. Another reason we selected this location was because it ties in really well with another study we're actually doing with PBOT that's looking at bike behavior and bike safety. And so we're sort of hoping to use some of the results of this research in our other study as well. So these zones that we've been talking about, how did we actually set them up? Well, so typically PBOT likes to put its count detection zones just past the crosswalk here. And so you can see we have smaller zones set up across the 3 vehicle lanes and then the bicycle lane as well. Then for presence detection, we have 2 longer zones for each lane, including the bike lane. The nearest to the crosswalk being a 0 to 25-foot range, and then the farthest one being a 25-foot to 50-foot range. And we set up 2 zones here for presence detection because another aspect that we're interested in is how sensor accuracy varies depending on the sensor's range. Now, as I said before, sensor 2 actually has a slightly shorter range than sensor 1. And so sensor 2's range wasn't far enough to actually cover this farthest presence detection zone. And so we are only going to be comparing sensors 1 and 2 for the nearest presence detection zone and then 3 of the count zones. But because we're interested in comparing by range, we'll be comparing the far and the near presence detection zones for sensor 1. So our next steps here will be to configure the video data from the sensors so that we can easily see when a sensor is activated. And you can see in the picture in the top right, this is for sensor, a similar application we did with sensor 2 from a previous project. And here you have a pedestrian being detected in this rectangular zone. And we know that they're being detected because this zone highlights white around it. And so once we know that this is operating correctly, then we'll start recording observations for the count zones on accurate, false, and misobservations, and then also recording percent occupancy for the presence detection zones. After we do that, we'll start comparing between sensors for that nearest presence detection zone, and then the 3 count zones, and then by sensor, by range for sensor 1. So now I'm gonna pass it over to Kate, who's gonna tell you more about the actual sensor install.
Hey everyone, yeah, I'm just going to talk about some of the setup from the maintenance side, and I just want to thank Trungvo and Allison Tanaka and Jason McRoby, who also helped out in this setup. So obviously the biggest concern for us for an agency was having communications to the signal, because this allowed us to monitor it remotely and make sure that everything is functioning okay, and then we can make changes remotely as well. So we had a few potential locations that we were looking at for doing this kind of first test run with the 2 devices. We ended up choosing a location with mast arms instead of strain poles, because this gave us the maximum flexibility in where we could mount the devices. And then we ended up mounting them straight over the approach, kind of straight on. And that was, we worked with the manufacturer to kind of determine the best placement for that. Also, another big thing for maintenance was making sure we have a 332 cabinet, which gives us room to install like additional equipment that we need, just to have that extra space that we might not have had in a pole mounting cabinet. And then we also wanted to make sure that there was minimal obstruction from street trees or other utilities so that we could get the most ideal operating conditions. So for the radar installation, the unit was mounted on the mast arm over the receiving lanes. And this was a we usually don't mount it like that, but it's just like such a wide approach with 4 big lanes that we found that this was the best way to get all of those lanes. And then we connected to the controller via the SDLC, and we programmed the 12 zones in the field with a laptop. The camera unit was also mounted on the mast arm over the receiving lanes. And this was connected to the controller via cards in the input file. And we actually added another card because you get one zone per channel. So we had 8 zones programmed, and we were able to do that remotely from the office. And then before we are able to log the data and send it to OSU for analysis, we had to make a few controller changes. And so first we upgraded the controller to Intellite because it wasn't running an ATC because it was just at a fixed time intersection. So then we, in the controller, we had to enable the IO modules for the BIUs to run the radar. And then we enabled the vehicle detectors for volume and occupancy logging. And we just used the default input file setup for 332 cabinet because we didn't have to reassign any inputs for the camera. And then we can check that all the data is logging via the status, vehicle detector status bar, and volume occupancy and speed tables. And it's just showing that when there's a solid circle that that detector zone is activated, and it's logging the volume and occupancy. And we're able to take any questions now. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. So I am, please, if anybody has any questions, please type them into the question panel. I am not seeing. Oh, I do see we do have some suggestions for the bicycle feedback signal as in terms of naming it. We have a suggestion to call it Marvin. I assume that's a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy reference, in which case I approve. I also have a suggestion to call it the Dutch signal, since it sounds like it's coming from Netherlands. Also, I had some questions regarding the bicycle feedback signal. Adam, I was just wondering if you've had it installed long enough and have been able to observe long enough to see any changes in bicyclist behavior. Are you seeing a reduction in red light running or anything like that?
That's a great question, and thank you also for the suggestions for the names. I'll add those to our list of considerations. We have not performed the type of studies like we have in the past with our blue light detection to look at before and after behavior. Kind of a caveat to the installation of this is that we did it last summer, and I think that probably the working from home and just kind of what all of us were going through, we did not have the capacity at that time to look at the kind of before and after of the signal performance. That being said, anecdotally, we've been very happy with the signal, and we do intend to expand its to put more of them out there. So we have a couple projects right now coming down the pipeline where we will probably be putting in these signals as well. So that'll give us more opportunity to see how cyclists behave with them.
Great. And then I had another question for Kate and Amy. I'm wondering if as you're installing these devices, if moving forward, if you do decide to utilize these kind of non-invasive technologies for bicycle detection, is that going to require potentially additional sensors? Because I know that in some cases the sensors can experience occlusion that occludes the bike lane. Would there be any sort of, I guess, policy to install more than one just to make sure you have a clear view of both the bike lane and the left turn lane at the same time?
That's a good question, and I think it's going to be very location dependent. So maybe not a blanket policy. We also might keep installing loops for a while too, depending on the accuracy of these devices.
Great. And then I did have a question come in. It looks like it's for Shahon with his study of the FLIR cameras. With an accuracy rate of 75% plus or minus, is there any safety concerns for the 25% that the FLIR is, or that the camera isn't accurately detecting?
Yeah, the short answer is yes. We want that number to be 99 or 100%. We haven't done any sort of longitudinal study around the existing optical cameras that these took the place of. So our sense, again, anecdotally, is that they're better than the optical cameras that were out there before, particularly around the equinox time of the year when we got direct sunlight into these cameras. We get pretty regularly calls about bikes just not being detected, and it takes a lot for somebody to pick up the phone and call us usually. So for every person that's complaining, there's probably 5 or 10 frustrated cyclists out there, if not more. So you know, when we went over these FLIR cameras, at least for these past year, it's been really positive. Now who knows if like Adam was mentioning, COVID may have had something to do with that, and maybe this year, as things get back to normal, we'll see and find more feedback. But we continue to work with FLIR and CT Northwest, and we're still being very conscious to call it a pilot program, where we're trying to make it as accurate as possible.
Great. Well, if there are no further questions, I think we're going to go ahead and go to break until 3 p.m. And I do want to give the audience a heads up. Hopefully things have been fairly seamless on your end, but we have been experiencing some technical difficulties with GoToWebinar. So during this break, we are going to be testing some audio. Yeah, don't be alarmed. And we will begin the actual presentation at 3 p.m. Thank you. All right. Professor Aldik, did you want to test your audio on your video?
Thank you, Anna. Our last session for today is the wrong way driving. First, we'll be hearing from Professor Aldeep, who is an international civil engineering scholar with 35 years of experience in intelligent transportation systems and traffic operations. For the last 9 years, he has focused on his ITS technologies combating wrong way driving. Recently, he's received national and international recognition and 14 Best Paper Awards by the TRB. He had numerous media interviews, 3 US patents, 2 registered trademarks, and 8 copyrights. In addition to wrong way driving, he is also interested in multidisciplinary research on connected and autonomous vehicles. He has close to 400 peer-reviewed publications and presentations. He is the technical editor of the TRB Journal and associate editor of the ITS Journal. He has a PhD and a master's degree in civil engineering from the University of California at Berkeley. After we hear from Professor Aldeep, we'll hear from Alvin Stamp, who currently works for Colorado Department of Transportation as a resident engineer for Region 1 Traffic and Safety. Over the course of 16 years with the Colorado Department of Transportation, he has led the technical teams from project design to construction engineering of statewide projects. He is a licensed professional engineer in Colorado. He graduated with a bachelor's degree in civil engineering in Columbia and received his master's in civil engineering in 2005. He is licensed professional engineer. He's also the current Colorado-Wyoming Institute of Transportation IT Scholarship Chair and board member of the State Transportation Counselor. After which we will hear from Susie Marlena, who is a licensed professional engineer with also lots of years of experience in transportation industry. She earned her PhD from University of Colorado in civil engineering and transportation. She works for Federal Highway as a civil engineer. Susie is actually involved in the Colorado-Wyoming IT section and was elected section secretary treasurer 2017, 2018, and vice president 2018, 2019, and president 2019, 2020. She's currently serves as the immediate section's past president and section representative for the Mountain District. And last but not least, we'll hear from Vijay Sabat as transportation data scientist at Verbold, Holt, and Ulf. Vijay is responsible for delivering innovative solutions via big data analysis and advanced data-driven methods. For the last 8 years, he has worked very closely with the Colorado Department of Transportation Region 1, overseeing technology application projects, such as statewide traffic signal assessment management, ATSBMs, traffic signal central systems, wrong-way driving applications, and connected vehicle technologies. Professor Aldeep, you are first.
Thank you for this introduction. One thing I did not mention in my bio is that I was actually the faculty advisor for the Institute of Transportation Engineers student chapter at UCF for 25 years. I just recently stepped down because I wanted to give the chance to a younger faculty at some point so they can get experience. So the topic of today's talk is on wrong-way driving. That's my picture. And then wrong-way driving, why this topic? You know, this is an interesting topic that attracted my attention about 10 years ago, close to 10 years ago, 9 years ago, when it was a personal story that my wife shared with me. She was driving to her work. She used to work in the hospital at night, and she was driving the left lane on State Road 408 in Orlando, Florida, and that's a toll road. It's a high-speed road, and then suddenly she saw a police car pull out of the way in front of her, and then big headlights were coming at her, so that's a wrong-way driver. The police ran away from him, and then my wife got a split second to get out of the way, harm's way, and she was not involved in an accident or anything, but she told me that's a serious problem. Maybe as a traffic engineer, you should look into it. And, you know, unfortunately, after that, what happened is 2 months later on, or 3 months later on, this
fatal crash that you see the pictures of here is actually happened on the same stretch of road that my wife was driving on. And what happened is one young person decided to commit suicide and went wrong with driving on this same road and crashed into an elderly man who lost his life. Both of them were killed instantly, and the toll road was shut down for about 8 hours. It wreaked really havoc in the whole Orlando area, and then the agency that is in charge of this road, Central Florida Expressway Authority, CFX for short, called me and wanted to investigate the wrong way driving activity on their system. And we're wondering if this is just a random incident or if it's been happening, but they didn't know about it. And actually, our first project, which was only 6 months on wrong way driving, was the most inspiring project I had, because it showed that this problem is severely underreported. There were a lot of wrong way driving activities all over Central Florida, and they were not reported to 911. Only 10% of the people who either witness or experience wrong way driving, not themselves, but see others, they report it to 911. So what we see from crash reports, 911 calls, citations, all these data sources are only less than 10% of the reality. And that really was an eye-opener. So, you know, I wanted to also talk about several things today, not just, you know, one thing is, this is a quick background on the wrong way driving, why it's important. And then the national awards that I received in these 9 years, just on this topic, and the research funding and testing of technologies like the rectangular flashing beacon, RFB, and the light emitting diode, LED. And in Florida, these were implemented in Central and South Florida, and we had some really concrete data to show their performance and comparison between them. Also, we came up with a new methodology that can find hotspots for wrong way driving all over the state and suggest where to implement this technology, or any kind of countermeasures that can reduce the risk of wrong way driving. So we'll show all these results and make some conclusions. But again, going back to why people do wrong way driving, one reason, this a major reason, is driving under the influence, and not just you know, DUI, just normal DUI, but people who binge, I mean, go with blood alcohol level of 0.27, 3 times the legal limit. There's also unintentional, and you know, people who have health issues, like elderly people. We got these in Florida and in every state. People who have dementia and you know, sight problems at night and so forth. It's about 40% of confusion and health issues that cause wrong way driving. And there are also people who are actually intentional wrong way drivers. They want to save a little bit of time or avoid the tolls, and they go wrong way driving, and maybe other reasons which we don't know. So our funding has been really escalating in this area, and we have more than 10 projects or non-projects, and then it's well over $1 million. We received national awards by student papers, about 8 best paper awards just on wrong way driving from the Freeway Operations Committee of TRB and also the TSMO committee. And we received 6 other awards that are not related to wrong way driving. One of the awards, which is not even counted as part of the 14 paper awards that we received, is this IBTTA Best Operations Award for combating wrong way driving. That was received by the sponsor of our projects, CFX. We also received funding from Florida Turnpike Enterprise, which is an FDOT organization, and also from national centers of transportation like the STC in Tennessee and NCHRB in cooperation with Texas, TTI. Yeah, and this picture shows, you know, in the center here, the widow and the son of Mr. Hughes, who was fatally killed in that crash that you saw, the picture that you saw. And she, you know, she came here. She was really happy 3 years after that, or 4 years after the incident, that this agency where this incident happened has really turned around, combated wrong way driving activity, received a national award from IBTTA for their success. This is a best paper award that was given to me and my students, my student Adrian Sant. He's a postdoc now working with CFI. Beverly Kahn, she's the chair of the pre-operations committee. This is another PhD student who did his PhD in wrong-way driving, and you can see also that Florida is #3 state, the third state in terms of fatal wrong-way driving crashes in the union, and this is trailing California, which is your neighbor, and Texas that got the lion's share of wrong-way driving crashes. Fatal wrong-way crashes have been increasing lately a little bit, but between 5 states that you see here, there's almost 51% of U.S. fatal wrong-way driving crashes. So our approach is actually holistic. It considers many sources of data, not just this little red bubble, which is wrong-way driving crashes that most researchers focus on. Statistics are very limited when it comes to crashes, especially wrong-way driving crashes that are only 3% of all crashes. We looked at 911 calls that were received from the FHP, Fraud Highway Patrol, also TMC logs, Traffic Management Center's log, agency observations, even wrong-way driving citations. We looked at traffic volumes and also geometric design features, and all this data was put together, and we came up with models that can forecast and predict wrong-way driving or potential wrong-way driving risk on the limited access facilities. Not only that, we also looked at countermeasures, how you treat the problem. So you need to have a treatment. So the treatment here came from an idea of my students in the lab where we looked at wrong-way signs. We wanted to make them smart signs, not just static signs. So we came with this idea of flashing above and below the sign, and also doubling the number of flashers and signs, basically, and that's called RFBs. And we suggested this to the manufacturer, and they made it. Doubling the set of signs has a big effect on this. And this is a video. I'm going to stop it. This is showing actually an interview with Channel 9. The first time this system was implemented in the whole United States, in whole North America, actually, and it was here in Orlando on 5/28 due to this technology. So unfortunately, you cannot hear the video. We tried, but I hear it very well from my side, and I'm going to explain it as we go through it slowly. This is a test site. It's not a real. It is real, but it's not, someone going wrong driving by accident. It's on purpose, and it's under police surveillance and everything. So, Channel 9 News. So it shows you the location here, 528. So this illustration shows the animation of a car going wrong way, and it's detected by 2 radars. The first one, if it doesn't stop or turn around, then it get, police get alerted by text, and so on. So I mean, I'll just have to get through this quickly because you can't hear the video anyway, so save time. Going to the next slide. So we looked at the RFBs in Central Florida, and then we looked at the LEDs in South Florida. These were only installed on the Turnpike system. And also, this is soundless video that we showed to people surveyed online. We had almost 1,800 drivers from Florida that took this survey, and also 247 police officers from State Patrol, FHP officers. And this is the picture they see if they drive wrong way, and this is a police car driving wrong way in South Florida. These are the LEDs. They just flash around the sign, and that's one set of signs. But if you look at the RFPs, there's a double set of signs. This is the first set of signs flashing above and below, and the flashing mechanism is also innovative. There's a second set of flashers, 11 seconds each video. And overwhelmingly here, 74%, 71% said the RFPs are better because of the additional set of signs and the better flashing mechanism. So that was an eye-opener there about, the preference. This is a clear picture with really good lighting. Test doing wrong with driving here with RFPs. It can show you that it's very hard to ignore the flashing lights above and below the signs, especially when it's doubly done with two sets that are not far apart. Even drunk drivers pay attention to this and turn around. We had really great success with this technology. I can show you pictures from the real world here. For example, this video playing a van going wrong way, as you can see here, and then the next video, next clip, you can see the signs flashing above and below, and the van turn around safely without any incident. Even police does not have to go up after these people; they correct themselves. Now, we had documentation of 759 videos of people going wrong way, like what you saw now in this van. And out of these, 85% or 647 people corrected themselves without an incident, turn around. That's called self-correction or turn around. But with LEDs and installed on the turnpike system and stuff, for only 25% turn around. So that's almost 3 times more successful here with RFPs than LEDs. When it comes to crashes per month, the LEDs have 6 times higher crash rate than the RFPs. Now we're talking about exits that are already equipped with these countermeasure technologies. So people still make mistakes. They still go on and continue on the main line. You cannot prevent it 100%, but if you are able to correct 85% of them, that's a great success. Now, the next thing is we want to look at also the benefit cost analyses of these technologies. And what we found here is that you can really, the RFP is expected to prevent 10 or more crashes and provide over $38 million of savings and life cycle savings. So you can look at the numbers here. I want to tell you that the CFX RFPs are just the top of the line system with 3 cameras and 2 detectors, and it's not really fancy and also electrically powered, while the FTE RFPs and LEDs are solar powered, so they are cheaper. That explains why the RFPs from FTE have a better benefit cost ratio. In other words, you can really save a lot of money by going solar, but also the RFPs on CFX system had the biggest money savers, $45 million savings on a life cycle of 10 years. We were not the only researchers to come up with this conclusion. We had an independent research effort going on by the FDOT Research Center and also the University of South Florida, Florida State University. So they did their own independent research separate from ours, and they tested like 7 flashing systems using simulators, focus groups, surveys, and what have you. And they came up with the same exact conclusion that we came up with, that the RFPs are the best you can have for detecting and preventing wrong way driving. Not only that, our team came up with a methodology to actually show the agencies where to install these countermeasures, because we know that agencies have limited budget, and wrong way driving is not the only problem they got to deal with. So if they got X amount of dollars per year, where should they spend that money on which exit ramps should they equip? That's $1 million question, and we were able to answer it by this methodology. So first of all, there is no reason to equip every exit ramp with this advanced technology, because not all of them have the same risk. The biggest challenge with this is, where to put that where did this driver, wrong way driver, come from? No one knows. Even the crash reports are guessing. So most of the time, 25% of the crash reports have information on the wrong way driver entry. It's a guess by the police officer who did the investigation, but 75% of the time, there's no information where they came from. We found from studies that people drive 22 miles wrong way without being detected in Texas, for example, and Florida, 10 miles. So what we need to do is really be careful here, and we have to have a very cost-efficient methodology to reduce the risk to its minimum, while at the same time, to reduce the risk, maximum way you can reduce the risk with minimal cost. You need to spend the least amount of money and get the biggest bang for your buck. So we call this most cost-effective wrong-way driving reduction. So our innovative method, which really tries to find what we call a risk index, WWCR, wrong-way driving crash risk. We look at both the actual crashes and the potential crashes. So we have models to estimate the potential crashes, but also do not ignore the actual crashes made there, and it's all relative. No other research have considered non-crash data like we did, 911 calls, citations, TMC logs, and so on and so on. And then we also implemented what we call an optimization algorithm that this one not only finds the hotspots, but it also tries to find what we call lone wolf exits. Lone wolf exits are dangerous. They are just isolated exit ramps that are dangerous. They don't belong to a cluster of hotspot segments, which we are going to explain next. And they need to be treated. So the optimization treats that perfectly. This is the methodology. I don't have time to explain every step, but it starts with data collection and prep, roadway segmentation. We have to segment the roadway into certain segments. And then it goes to the next thing. It goes to modeling of the risk, and then countermeasure optimization, and the benefit cost analysis is the last thing. So this approach has been applied to both the Central Florida Expressway Authority, CFX Transportation Network, the Florida Turnpike Enterprise Network, FTE, and also the entire state of Florida limited access facilities. By saying applied, I do not mean we implemented technology at the exit ramps, but we just found where these devices should be installed through modeling. So this was personalized for each application, for each district, for each agency. It's a very robust approach that can be beneficial, even if you do not want to implement technology, you don't have the budget, you just want to do marking and pavement signing. We can help you find which exits you should focus on. It's like a priority list. You start with this group of exit ramps this year, next year you go to the next group, and so on and so on. But you start with the highest risk exit ramps. Results can be used by agencies when deciding where to implement ITS, wrong-way driving countermeasures in the future. And we are also writing a user manual. We're almost done with it for states that can, want to implement our methodology. And I'm going to show you how we applied it to the entire state of Florida in the next few slides. If this cooperates with me. All right, so basically what we do is we segment the roadway. First thing is we look at the event data, geometric design, and traffic volumes, and we collected this for each direction of the 28 Florida limited access facilities. These roadways were segmented into overlapping roadway segments, with each segment containing 4 exits. 95% chance that a wrong-way driving vehicle entered within 4 exits of where it was first reported based on collected data. So using these segments helps handle the uncertainty and WWD entry points. Of course, there is correlation when you overlap segments, but we treated that in SAS, and we developed a Poisson model to predict crashes over a 5-year period, and it's all significant. The variables were significant. This is the model that's shown here. The model shows that more 911 calls, more citations, all related to wrong-way driving, and higher crossing road traffic volumes increase wrong-way crashes. That's the prediction. But segments with service plazas or rest areas, they are predicted to have more crashes than segments without them. So also service plazas and rest areas can increase, the positive signs increase the potential for wrong-way crashes. Segments with trumpet or slip ramps predicted to have less wrong-way driving crashes than segments without these interchanges. Next slide talks about determining the hotspot segments. So the WWCR values were then calculated for each segment by adding the actual number of crashes to the predicted number of crashes. And this gives you an idea about the risk you have. Obviously, the top 5%, segments are considered to be hotspot segments. Now we are going to call the exits within these hotspot segments as hotspot exits. So we found 63 hotspot segments with 152 unique exits. These have 178 exit ramps because some exits have multiple exit ramps. For the remainder of this presentation, like I mentioned, the hotspot segments, hotspots exits within hotspot segments will be called hotspot exits. This map shows the hotspot exits in Florida, and it shows that these are located on Highway 95, I-95, and I-75. You got most of the hotspots there. Not only these two, but there are more. And now the next step would be optimization. The optimization algorithm is a smart one, which will find these lone wolf exits. The lone wolf is a terminology I came up with and was implemented in Florida. Why optimization? Because what we found is if you just blanket implement every exit within the hotspot segment, you could be wasting resources. It's better if you just select the worst exits within the hotspot segments and also the lone wolf exits. That will give you better management of your resources. And that's what we did in this map. As you can see, we have resulted in 169 exit ramps that all located in hotspots. Optimization was used to identify optimal 169 exit ramps for countermeasure deployment. And we found that out of these 169 exit ramps, there were 73 hotspot exit ramps, but the majority were actually outside these hotspot segments. They were 96 lone wolf exits. And these lone wolf exits are shown in blue, and they need to be treated as well. So the comparison of the optimization hotspot is that you can actually save resources by about 34%. Optimization results improve total reduction by 38% and resource utilization by 56% compared to if you only deploy the RPs within the hotspot exits within obviously the hotspot segments. So it's really smarter to do both. The hotspot exits, first find them, hotspot segments, and then deploy the optimization to pick what you need to deploy within the hotspot segments and outside. Therefore, deploying these in the optimized way is actually the best way to do it. So that's my last slide here. Conclusions, summary. The RFPs and LEDs implemented in Florida were successful in reducing wrong-way driving. However, RFPs are significantly more successful in making people self-correct and turn around without an incident. Our innovative wrong-way driving countermeasure optimization approach has been used to identify hotspot roadway segments throughout Florida, was applied to 3 networks, CFX, FTE, and the whole state. We are ready to implement this in other states if anybody's interested. And we can help agencies determine the optimal deployment locations for advanced countermeasures or even just traditional ones to improve the signage and reduce wrong-way driving risk. This approach can help agencies reduce wrong-way driving, save lives, while effectively utilizing the available resources to achieve the biggest bang for their buck. And it's a win-win situation for all. Thank you, everybody, and I'm ready for questions and answers right now.
Thank you, Professor. I think the next section will be one person will be, a VJ will be presenting the slides, and they're a team actually. So I welcome our next presenters. VJ, take it away.
Oh, thank you. Can everyone see my screen here?
Yeah.
Okay. Alvin, you want to get started?
Yeah. Can everyone hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for let us present today our case here in Colorado. And so my name is Alvin Stamp. Just hold a second, VJ. There you go. So my name is Adrian. I work for the Colorado Department of Transportation, Region 1 Traffic and Safety. So today with VJ is about we're gonna present the evaluation of runway driving detection proof of concept. Our presentation is not that fancy as Dr. Aldig, but we will try just to do our best. Our co-worker, Susan Molina, she couldn't attend this meeting today. She is working for the Federal Highways and Commission in Arizona, designing a project. But we would try just to take over her part on this presentation. So as Dr. Aldig, he just mentioned, you know, most of the problems with the runway driving collisions, they are due to the drugs or geometric designs or distracted drivers or weather control. So that's kind of one of the things that the state was focusing on, just to understand what the problems are for this type of collision. Next slide. So for you to understand how the state is divided, so on this graph, you would see the entire state is divided on 5 regions for the Department of Transportation. Region 1 is the smallest one, but it's the densest one as well. So it contains all the metro area, and is where we have more traffic on our highways. So for that being said, that means that we have more accidents and related to runway driving. Next slide. So for the initial study, we work with our partners and some of our consultants. NAVJOY was one of those, and ESP was the other one. So we identified, or we surveyed around 300 locations, and we did some field inventory about those locations and trying just to rank those high-risk locations. So on your right, you will see basically the 24 high-risk locations that we identified during that survey. During, you know, once we start looking into data, we start looking for the causes of the runway driving collisions. And as Professor said before, you know, most of this, they are because they are driving under the influence, either alcohol or drugs. They are careless drivers. And some of the other ones, they are kind of unknown situations. Most of these accidents or collisions, they happen during the night time, around and between 10 to 5 o'clock in the morning. Next slide. So one of the objectives for our project was to test different runway detection system capabilities. Second, to evaluate the accuracy of those detection systems. And third is just to provide an insight of the operation and for the runway detection. We have, for our projects, we have 2 locations that we work on trying to test different technology. The first location was located on I-25 around 70th Avenue. This is close to a reversible HOV lanes, which makes the problem more complex. Can you, next slide. So this slide just depict pretty well how the intersection is working and where we install the sensors. For this project on location number 1, we used a thermal camera from the FLIR system for detecting the runway drivers. As you can depict on picture number 1 is where we locate the sensor. Picture number 2 is depicting where the detection zones are, and picture number 3 is just depicting the blank out signs once the detection zones that were activated. Next slide. So as you can see, you can have on the right side picture, you can see the westbound approach, and you can see how the vehicles can go into the reversible lanes, which is kind of the main problems that we have at this particular intersection. And as well as the eastbound approach, which is how these complex intersections add to the problem of the wrong way driving. One of the things that I want to mention to at this particular intersection is during the certain times of the day, the reversible lanes, they switch the direction of the traffic. So that's what is making this intersection so complex and creating kind of some sort of confusion for the drivers, and they kind of start going into the wrong way driving. Next slide. The system works once the gates they are closed. We have a contact closure that activates the whole system. So once any wrong driver goes into the intersection on the management lanes on the wrong way, it will be activated once it's read on those detection zones. And once it passes that zone, it will populate or activate the blank out signs. Next slide. We also start working on countermeasures for low cost, which is signing, striping, and we'll talk about this at the end of the presentation. Towards after we talk about location number 2 and some of the countermeasures that we have done within the region. Next slide. This picture depicts with how the blank out signs they are activated and how or what kind of message is populated for the drivers. Next slide. The detection technology that we have, as I mentioned, we are using the FLIR Traffic Sense 2, which is a thermal camera. We are tying this to the C.ITS network, and we're using the Flux software, which is a software coming from the FLIR manufacturer, and we're pretty much using ITS devices just to read and detect the vehicles. Next slide. So the system, hold a second, video, just pause it for a second. So the system was installed on September 21st in 2019. So right after we installed the system, 4 days after we installed the system, we started getting notifications about wrong way drivings. This was the first video that we captured for the entire system, and it's showing a vehicle coming from the off ramp, going on the wrong way direction on the eastbound direction, and then going into the wrong way direction into the on ramp. And at that particular time, the SUV lane has switched, so that particular vehicle will be on a wrong way direction. Can you play the video really quick? There you go. So you can see how the vehicle is coming in the wrong way, going to the ramp in the wrong way as well. Is detected by the FLIR system, and the driver gets the message that is populated on the blank out sign. He realized he's in the wrong way and trying just to correct the action that he did. So some of the things that we notice on this following the system and studying the system will become later when we have the lessons learned. But basically, you can see how the system is working, detecting and activating the blank out signs. So for this particular project, we did some control testing. So basically, we did it roughly like 6-7 times during October in 2019. And then we left the uncontrolled testing from September 2019 all the way to December 2019. And then from January 2020 to April 2020. That gap in between January and December 2019 to January 2020 was because we didn't have the license to keep using Flux, which it put a wall for us to keep studying the system, but we got the license back, so we continue this study on this project. Next slide. This video will show on bottom part how it looks like on the, just call it BJ, how it looks from the vehicle perspective, and then once it passes, can you just rewind that a little bit? And then you will see how the system is detected with the thermal camera. And you will have a pretty good perspective on how the system is working. Once it's detected, how it populates the messages on the blank out signs, and create the notifications and send out the alerts for the emails to the TOC. Can you just play the video now? So as you can see, you're turning on the right, and on the top you will see the vehicle. It gets detected, it goes to the wrong weight static signs, and then it goes to the blank out signs that they are triggered once you cross that detection zone. Next slide. For this project, we had roughly 280 detections that we have for the project, and we have roughly 252 detections during the day and 28 detections during the night. A lot of those detections that were triggered because there's a lot of maintenance guys that they go to set up the cones or doing anything on those ramps, and that triggers the detection system as well. The detections by zone, as you can see on when the vehicle was passing, we designed the zones with 4 zones. So as soon as the vehicle was crossing one of the zones that were triggering the system, so we kind of narrow that down per zone. So like zone 1, which was kind of in the middle of the entrance for the RAM, got roughly 12% of readings, and zone 2, which is the zone that is closer to where you turn into the RAM, was having more detections, and pretty much all the vehicles that they were detected was passing by that zone, that it's roughly 80%. The rest of the zones, there were lower percentage of detections or activated on that zone. Next slide. We also studied what it was the detection in different conditions. We have during the winter time a couple of, I would say maybe 3 or 4 big storms, and rain and heavy snow, and the system was reading pretty well. It performs pretty well for the detection because it's a thermal contracts system. So in that part, it performs pretty well. But during no adverse conditions, we have roughly 243 detections, and adverse condition, it was around 37. Next slide. And again, during daytime, nighttime accuracy, we have roughly 94% accuracy during the nighttime, and roughly 92% accuracy during daytime for this system. Next slide. Some of the metrics that we create for this, for performance measurements for this system was, for instance, the false alarms, which for us, the system just created just roughly 0%. It's close to 0. It was almost 0%. And then the accuracy of the sensor was roughly 94%. Some of the things that we notice is some of the second vehicles that they were entering into the zone, if previous vehicles was getting in, sometimes if they were really close, it didn't send a notification, or it was having or was creating a false clips, or but in general, it was creating notifications, sending the alerts, creating the videos, and send that into an email to the TOC on operators. One of the things that I want to mention is this was not tied to the actual TOC. It was tied to the server that is at the TOC, because since this project was a test and it was a pilot, so we didn't have the capability to go into the ATMS system that is working for CEDAR at this time. Oh, it was working for CEDAR at this time. The percentage of accuracy on the zones, zone 1, the accuracy was almost 100%, zone 2 was almost 92%, and zone 3 was almost 100%. So roughly it was over a 95%, the whole accuracy for detection of this part of the system. Next slide. So going into the overall observations for this particular system, so one of the problems that we found out, it was with the software, because it requires to have certain versions, and it depends how you tie that into the output for the physical output for the signs, for instance, for the blank out signs, and just create that contact closure just to send the message and close the system. So it creates automatically the detection for the zones. That's kind of one of the things that we notice for the problems that we have. That can be addressed in future projects once the whole detection system is pretty well defined and the system can be set up accordingly. Another thing that we notice is for this particular intersection where we have a lot of problems with wrong-way drivings, there's a lot of maintenance that it requires to, like a labor, like a manpower labor, because they have to go and just set up cones and close the ramp almost manually. The gates, they come automatically, but once the gates, they come down, they go and install some certain cones in certain areas. So traffic, they don't go, and just trying just to avoid and minimize the wrong way driving. Next slide. One of the things that we notice, for instance, the system cannot verify what happens beyond the 15 seconds. And you can trigger the alarms just to have 50 seconds before to record and 50 seconds after the system has been activated. But for this particular project, it was really hard just to see what was happening. That will require to have either an additional camera so you can have a verification zone. And you will see later on Vijay's location, which is location 2, we're trying just to do something similar to have a verification zone. So once it was triggered, the vehicle will have to pass by that verification zone. The blackout signs were pretty close at the beginning. We were, trying just to fit that as much as we could with the infrastructure that we were having at hand. So we initially they were like 200, 250 feet closer to the detector or the detection zones, and we moved it down to the road at roughly 450. So we gave that more time for the blank outside to be populated and for the system to be activated. Next slide. All right, so Vijay will kind of take you around location 2, which we test some of the systems in order just to have the ITS part of the wrong-way driving. Vijay, it's all yours.
Yeah, thanks, Alvin. So this is the second location where we are tested the wrong-way driving detection different technologies. The reason being, unlike the project location 1 where we have only a single detection system, but we wanted to test like how different detection systems, when they compete with each other, how would they perform one or the other. So where we said we use this particular location as this intersection being one of the top risk locations for wrong-way driving, and because of its complex geometry and it has a high traffic volumes, and we have issues of frequent wrong-way citations at this location. And the other reason you can actually see from this particular video where there's an actual incident happen and why this intersection has been chosen for this particular testing. Here in the median here, it's not a raised median now, and there is a little pathway that has been formed because of the mud and uneven surfaces here, and usually people make a turn over here to get onto the interstate. And you can see the guy in the car here, like, he went all the way to make a right. He is going in the right direction, but for some reason he thinks that he's going in the wrong direction. So he comes back, he reverses his car and gets into the wrong way direction here and goes in the wrong way driving direction. Now, if you have a detection system up here at the very beginning of the intersection, none of your detection systems would capture it, and none of your ITS devices wouldn't trigger necessarily for this kind of event. So that said, it's kind of important that we have to look into the entirety of the roadway geometry before we do any kind of installations and installing the ITS devices on the roadway. So what we did here at this particular location is, as I said, we are testing 4 different detection technologies. One, we have here the SensorAMA, because we are using the name as a SensorAMA because of the description from the user. It's an video optical type of detection. Next is the Bosch, it's a thermal detection. TAPCO, it's the name of the company, and they're using FLIR cameras, and it's a thermal detection as well. And next one is the Trafficom, which is a radar detection. So you can see here, there are like 2 different zones for these 3 detection systems. When for system 1, it has only 1 detection zone. So all these detection systems has inbuilt redundancy in the detection system, so that they want to be very accurate in terms of the accuracy, and they don't want any false calls or alerts that has to be received. So that's why there is a redundancy in the detection system. So the performance measures which we have looked for this particular study was the accurate calls, meaning like, when you're receiving an alert indicating that there is a true wrong way driving incident, and the missed calls is like when there is a true wrong way driving incident, but your system failed to send an alert, and the false calls is when there is no wrong way driving incident, but the system is sending an alert. And the other thing needs to be mentioned here is we did not install any of those ITS devices such as flashing signs to notify the driver in this case, because we are just testing the detection system, and we did not necessarily want to confuse the drivers with too many signs along the roadway. And the other point is because this is a pilot study and we have a very strict IT policies here at Department of Transportation, we did not add any of these devices onto our CDOT network, so none of the alarms went through our network, but instead they are using a cellular modem from the vendor itself. And that being said, we did not look into the latency of the system on when the alert was received versus when the detection was identified. So for this methodology, we did 2 different type of scenarios. One is the controlled testing, another is the under control testing. The control testing is when we closed off the ramp for the public use, and we did our own CDOT vehicles, and we drove in the wrong way direction for n number of times, and so that we triggered the alert of these detection systems. And for each one of those runs, we use different use cases. Whereas the uncontrolled study is for the longer period of time, where none of the CDOT vehicles are in the field, and it's up to the system. If there are any wrong way driving detection that happens, that was the use case, and also to see if there are any false detections that are going to show up during this evaluation period. So these are the different for the control testing, these are the different use cases we have studied. We also looked into some bicycle pedestrians, car driving in lane 1 versus lane 2. So that was the test for more of the occlusions and how does it perform during when the vehicle goes erratic or simulating a drunk behavior. When the vehicle goes fast or vehicle goes slow, what happens if one vehicle is going in the right direction and the vehicle going is in the the opposite direction. So we did do a number of testings for this control study. And here is an example of how the control study would look at the field. So here we have our traffic technician who's operating the traffic signals, making sure that there's no traffic that is going in the opposite direction, and the road which is approaching this intersection has been blocked. And on the pole here, we have two different detection systems, and the one coming here is a TAPCO detection system, and followed by a traffic com radar systems. So these are the 4 different detection systems that were installed at the project site, and that's one of the test runs, or one of the use cases we did for the control study. So while coming to the results, we have run a total of 45 test cases that has been divided into 3 days. That means like 15 use cases per session. We did it both in daytime and the nighttime. Just wanted to get the feel for how these detection systems work during the nighttime conditions. So now that said, as the result says here, TAPCO incoming system has the most accurate detection system. Based on this study, we also did some kind of statistical analysis using the odds ratio to do some significant statistical significance in this regard. During the uncontrolled study, we did receive 2 different instances where there was wrong way driving detection was recorded. The one incident which we have played in the previously, where the vehicle went off of the median, which skipped the initial detection systems, and it was right in the middle of the in the middle of the roadway here, as it is crossing over the median, and not necessarily all detection system pegged it, but these are the lessons learned from this particular evaluation testing what we did. For the uncontrolled period, we did receive quite a few false calls from one specific detection system, which is system I in this case. And when we dig deep into it, the reason being because it's a video detection system, and whenever there is a shadow casted from the other vehicles going in the other lane, that was casted onto the actual lane or the actual detection zones, as you can see in the picture, it triggered the alarms. So that was during the shadows, and also in the nighttime during the headlights that are flared out from the ongoing traffic on the other lane. While coming to the other detection systems, not any significant wrong way or any false alarms, except for traffic com, that all those 8 alarms or false alarms were received on a single day. That was during a bad weather condition. Here is just the false calls by time of day, just showing a different perspective how the system I was performing. I mean, all those wrong calls were in between 6 a.m. to 9 in the morning, and also in the afternoon, indicating that's because of the shadow, of the long shadow, because of the sun being during those times. Overall observations, TAPCO incoming detection system was performing really good compared to the other system. Well, traffic com is equally good with the TAPCO outgoing system. Well, system I and Bosch have a similar detection capabilities, but they're not as good as the TAPCO incoming system. One key thing to note is this TAPCO incoming and outgoing is just the way they have the detection system along the roadway. One is facing towards how the vehicle is approaching towards the camera, and the other one was the vehicle going away from the camera. And from the analysis, you can see there is a slight differences between the vehicle is approaching towards the detection zone versus it is going away from the detection zone. So more study needs to be done in that regard to figure out if this is truly an issue while coming to the detection system, or it just happened to be a random one. So the main discussion points here, what we have identified so far from the evaluation study is this detection technology is been changing. More advanced technology has been coming as we speak. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, edge computing, these are the new terminology that's been hearing in terms of detection technology. All this, there are like a bunch of other video detection technologies which will learn based, and the accuracy of these detection systems will improve as how for the longer the period they are stayed out in the field. Redundancy in the detection zones is, we felt that it is very key for the wrong way driving detection system, because you want the detection to be accurate whenever you're sending the alerts to the TOC, the personnel who you don't want them to get numb with the detection, the amount of the false alarms you receive. And the alarm itself should be clear and concise. We have a detection system which provides you a 15-second long video, and by the time the TOC operator looks at it and confirms and calls the courtesy patrol or the CSP state patrol, it's a valuable time waster during that period. And we did not, for this in the evaluation period, we did not measure the latency because of the severe IT protocols. We have to follow the CDOT, but that's another important metric that we need to be looked into. There are not quite few policies and guidelines are really established when coming to the concept of operations and how the wrong way driving detection system needs to be evaluated and how it needs to be operated. So there's a lot of research needs to be done on that one. And for the connected vehicles, we are currently looking into the snowplow signal priority using connected vehicle system. We are using CompSignia CV2X system for this particular application. So for the snowplow signal priority, as also we are using the wrong way driving application in it. We currently testing significantly here at CDOT Region 1 with the wrong way driving as well as the priority for the snowplows, and which could be expanded to all the connected vehicles. We have multiple projects that is coming on C470 and I-70 where we have already installed a whole bunch of rear side units which are capable to send the wrong way driving information to the vehicles which are equipped with the connected vehicle data catalogs. So this is the Alvin, you want to take over from here?
Sure, and then just to add, if you can come back to the previous slide really quick. Just in that regard for the policies and guidelines, one of the things that we were looking into these pilots was to get knowledge and to understand these systems. So in that way, we can start working into the system engineering and concept operations so we can expand the program region-wide and later into statewide. There's some other efforts that some other regions they are doing, and they are similar to what Professor Aldec he was presenting. And we have some of those efforts that we can keep working and trying just to find a common ground in between all the regions. If you can go to the next slide, Vijay. So because we were studying, as I mentioned at the beginning, we surveyed roughly 300 RAMs region-wide, and we identified those 25 locations. We try just to study the ITS portion or technology in order just to address these issues. But at the meantime, we start just looking for countermeasures and low-cost countermeasures, as well as some of the high-cost, but that will address the whole problem at those intersections, which requires upgrading or updating the RAMs and making bigger figures on dollars on how to improve the intersections. So as you can see on the left on this picture is pretty much where we have location number 2 for the testing for the technology. And you can see how the on-ramp, off-ramp is just divided. It's it's not a raised divided ramp, so you can see it on that park law and how it works. Right now, we're coming with a project where we're gonna upgrade the ramps. We're gonna have we're gonna install port shop divided for the off ramp, and then we're gonna have a raised divide median so we can have the off-ramp, on-ramp separated, and kind of trying just to minimize the problems that we have with the wrong way driving at this particular location. Next slide. So within this effort, so trying just to find out or create templates per type of ramp. So if you have, for instance, on these particular pictures, we have the diamond interchange standard template that we create, and we were trying just to add some extra signs and have lower designs, have a bigger signs, and have, for instance, the arrows for striping and better signalize methods for creating standardization for this intersection. So we went through the different type of ramps and trying just to create those templates. Next slide. This picture, as you can see, we lower the signs, we increase the size of the signs, so it will be better for the wrong-way drivers that they enter into these ramps in the wrong-way direction. We add additional signs, and that's pretty low cost improvements, countermeasures that we create for these particular ramps. Next slide. We also did some improvements on the mouse arms, just having the round, for instance, turnings, or just adding the arrows for the green arrows for it can have the straight flows on those intersections. And as you can see, the striping for the arrows on the right picture. Next slide. And I think that concludes what we have done in the state of Colorado. I would like to thank everyone just for attending this and for giving us the opportunities to show what we have done at the state of Colorado. And if you have any questions, please feel free just to send us an email or to give us a call. And we're still working on some of these projects and trying just to make it better. And as Vijay, he mentioned it, we're trying just to go into the machine learning and trying just to have those pilot projects. And one of the issues that we have right now at the state of Colorado is that we have a new ATMS system that it has been implemented since roughly May. And, you know, it's going to take a little bit of time for them just to have everything complete for any new program or any new technology to be included into this system. So we still have the old system working there as a backup, but we're trying just to move forward with the new system. Please let us know if you have any questions so we can address it today. And if you don't, you know, if you think it's something, just shoot us an email or give us a call. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Yes, thank you. That was great. So I know we're running a little bit over time. I did want to give a chance for anybody to just jump in and with any questions that they might have, just go ahead and put them in the question box on your GoToMeeting panel. We did get one during the presentation from Patrick, which Professor Aldeek already kind of answered in the chat, but maybe we could discuss a little bit more. He asks, are you aware of research taking place on facilities that aren't toll roads, because on a toll road, or because a toll road will differ from an interstate? Was there anything that you wanted to add to that?
Well, at CDOT, we do not have any, we do not currently performing any research in terms of the toll road, but yeah, I think once it's a different type of system, definitely. I think Florida is doing a lot of research in that regard.
Okay.
Yeah,
great.
The closest that we have, it was the management lanes, but those are reversible lanes, and they are pretty much HOVs. But we didn't have anything on the toll ones. And that was just one location that we have for the testing, the pilot test location.
Okay. I don't see any other questions coming in, so I think we'll wrap things up so folks can.
Do you need me to answer the questions? I'm sorry, I got sidetracked by something.
Oh, sorry. I know you already put an answer in the chat, but I wanted to know if you wanted to expand on the question that came in about research taking place on facilities that aren't toll roads.
Yeah, I did mention that actually. We did research on interstates, not just toll roads, and we did also benefit cost analysis, but I did not share it with the audience today. However, we can in a future session or presentation or publication. We did all that. Yeah, we continue to do this work. So I don't have the exact numbers with me right now, but they were similar.
Okay.
Not much different than what you saw there. It's still very highly effective, on all limited access highways. We did not do research on non-limited highway access except with TTI. We did research with them, but it was limited in terms of counter measure implementation.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you to all of our presenters. Yeah, I don't see any other questions, and so I think we'll just move on to closing remarks. And I just want to thank everybody who attended today, and of course, thank all of our wonderful presenters. I thought this was a great conference, a great webinar. Everybody had really fascinating presentations, so I just want to thank you again for agreeing to present. It really was wonderful. Also want to thank our Oregon ITE sponsors. This is the reason we're able to bring free webinars like this to you all is because of our sponsors. So I want to thank you again. And yeah, everybody have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.